Well. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, October the 22nd. My name is Mary Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will let me know. Thank you very much. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So let's get right at it. Well, obviously the DWAC. So if you were in the room yesterday, you heard me say that I'd be very interested in this if it broke out over 50. So look what it did. This happened after hours, okay? This is around, around 5 o'clock Eastern time. And so that's when it took out 50. I took this trade right here. I took some out just underneath 54 and I said, you know what, just hang on and see what happens. And took out some more at 89 this morning, and we're kidding around that 100. I'm making no predictions whatsoever, but it could happen. It could easily happen. So what a trade, what a trade, what a trade. So yeah, a nightmare for some if you were trying to short this one, but boy, oh boy, once it took out that 50, look what happened. Now I am short Snap. This morning, it's just underneath 59, I think. Yeah, 58.95. Of course, they had their earnings yesterday, got hammered. So I'm short right here, 58.95. See what happens. The post-market low after hours yesterday was 52. So I'll see if that is a bit of a magnet. If it gets back up to 59, I'm out of it. But quite frankly, I mean, my day, my week, my year is done with a DWAC. I'm kind of kidding. It's not like I had thousands of shares of it, but nonetheless, what a rush. What a rush. But there are other things happening, believe it or not. One of my pet peeves is Beyond Meat. Not specifically Beyond Meat, but look what just happened to BYND. Why? Excuse me, why? Because it's a pet peeve of mine when these companies put out guidance, just before their official press release or their official earnings release. Excuse me, just a minute. Yeah, so they're supposed to release earnings on the 10th. So they decide, and you know me, I hate holding anything through earnings. So imagine if I were just holding this one, thinking, okay, I've got lots of time before earnings, if I want to kind of hold it to see what's happening. So they decide to release their guidance, and obviously it is not good. So it's like an earnings release. It's hardly any different. So anyway, there's BYND just getting clobbered. Now PHUN, I'm sure you're seeing this one is soaring also, and this is I love these headlines. Traders are circulating a 2020 article linking PHUN to the Trump campaign. So that is the reason for PHUN. Okay, that is the reason for PHUN running higher. Of course, this was an absolutely insane one back in. Now, this is split adjusted, okay? It didn't really get up to $540, I don't think anyway. This is split adjusted, but nonetheless, I remember this one. This is back in 2019. Not saying, of course, it's going to get back up there, but meanwhile, the market is starting to drift down a bit. Hard to concentrate on anything else, though. Psalm is was a disappointment for me yesterday. It never really broke out. Excuse me, SALM, but maybe today. Again, conservative talk radio. Oh man, snap. Keep going. Now, HX had a pop-up, and I came almost right back down. They did actually have some news, quote-unquote news. Yeah, it's right back down. Some medical consultant was added, so it popped the stock, but then it's right back down. CRTD. Don't think I saw any news on it. CRTD. Okay, I do see some news. I have no idea what this means. Signs TikTok's tiny mom, Alexis LaRue. I mean, I know what TikTok is. I don't know who this person is, but evidently, I guess she's followed. So there's a CRTD on that news, gapping up through the 200-day moving average, low float. So Pierre, you're asking me, do I have any thoughts on it? I have no thoughts whatsoever. I read the news. What happens after this, I have no idea. ATHA has gapped up and announces completion of enrollment in phase 2. So there's your news for ATHA, such as it is. Relatively low float. AGC from yesterday, another blank check company. We might start to see a lot more of these blank check companies, the SPACs, since because of course with DWAC doing what it did yesterday and continuing today. Don't see any specific news on it. And there goes fun. PHUN, not in this one. Actually, it's on a low float, 68 million in the float. WKEY, WKey. All right, this was up. Let's see, I don't see any specific news on it. Just notice it was up in the pre-market. That's a low float, another one of those low floats. This got hammered. OCUL just got absolutely hammered as I was doing my pre-market work. OCUL, negative phase 2 data. Okay, got just hammered. Look at this big candle down. Meanwhile, Snap, just watching to see if it can get down to those post-market, after-hours lows of yesterday or even close. MTCR, another one that got hammered down, another bio, I believe, MTCR. Yeah, negative results, phase 2A. So just got hammered, 53% down. Yeah, some of the other social media stocks, Grom, I noticed was up. It has pulled back somewhat, I believe. Yeah, I mean, it got up to 580. It's pulled back to 450. This one has confused me. AGEN. When I first read the headline, it seemed to me that they were pulling their trials because the results were already met, so something to that effect. But it was confusing to me. But anyway, the stock is gapped down. Huge, another one, 22%, and it's through the 200-day moving average. Maybe William, if you more insight onto that one. Because then I saw it pop up, I thought, okay, maybe people are not understanding the news, but anyway. That is for AGEN, William. AGEN. And let's see, what else do I have here? AMC is getting a very weak. Also, AMC, no specific news on it, but is drifting down. Meanwhile, PHUN. This is a direct play off DWAC. As I love the headlines though. See if I can find it. Yeah, so I mean, this is the headline, but this is something that is circulated by quote unquote traders. Okay. This is and they're circulating a 2020 headline. Why not? This is what I'm talking about right here. Traders circulating an article from May 2020 highlighting partnership between the Fundware and the Trump campaign. Okay, there's DWAC over 90 again. I just circulated that, Zach. Did you not see the headline? Or circulated. I just here. Traders circulate article from May 2020 highlighting partnership between Funware and the Trump campaign. Okay. Got it? Or Snap is dragging down Twitter. I don't know if Facebook is still down. Wow. Yeah, I mean, Facebook had the big drop yesterday with the Snap news. All right, let's take a look at what the analysts are talking about this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. A little bit of activity. Wasn't sure if you were kidding there, Zach. I thought you were, but meanwhile, PHUN guys. Not in it. All right, here are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'll get the downgrades in now. A lot of downgrades for this MTCR. Downgrades for Intel, downgrades for Intel. I don't know if they had earnings. A bunch of downgrades for Intel, also INTC. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades for briefing.com this morning. All right, just keeping an eye on the DWAC to see if it really takes out 100. It wouldn't surprise me. Not a recommendation that it's going to. So it was an earnings release. Okay, it had to be. I would have thought INTC. I just don't follow these ones that are this expensive. Yeah. Okay. So it is an earnings release. So after hours yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was Wow, this is just getting thumped. Look at this. Boy, it's right below those monthly lows. This could really start to drift down again if it takes out 50. All right, keeping an eye on the snap, and of course keeping an eye on the DWAC. If it cracks through 100. Well, let's take a look at the, not that it's going to matter too much to what we're following today probably, but let's take a look at the sectors, major sectors this morning. And see what's happening. Okay, so the market right now, so the market's going to open down. At least the SPY is going to open down. So all the energy plays, most of the energy plays are up from yesterday's close. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE as an example, the major energy sector, excuse me, ETF, these are the stocks that make up that sector. So that 95%, that refers to the fact that the 95% of them were up from yesterday's close. So you can see right here, tech, about 60, I'm sure being dragged down a lot by Intel, but 60-40, financials 78%. Okay, so that's what these numbers are referring to, these percentages are referring to. Again, nothing really standing out other than energy and maybe financials. Right now, once this market opens, it can all change. Boy. Well, I'm just going to get ready for this. DWAC. Where's real? He said that if you were swinging real overnight, then you're I don't know, insane, a gambler, or whatever. Boy, AMC is just getting thumped. I'm wondering, this is obviously one of the main meme stocks with GME. Maybe they're all cashing in and putting into DWAC and fun and. Well, I'm not saying fun is going to do DWAC. No, not at all. Not at all. Well, you know me, real. I didn't take a huge amount or keep a huge amount, but I was so convinced that once it took out 50, it might have a little run. MF, what are you doing? MF is, wow, look at MF, Miss Fresh Limited. Never heard of you. I don't know. This looks like this was a SPAC. Yes, this was a SPAC. Okay, and they merged with MF. I sort of remember this. And so it's having a bit of a day right now. Not very much volume. It's a China stock, another China stock. And that is MF. Antonio, it's just kind of for $50, $100, $150, but psychological levels. Okay, that's all I was looking at. It during the day, I think it got up to 52. I being asked in their YouTube room, why 50 for DWAC? Well, you see what it did? I think it got up to 50, might have got up to 52 right there. Okay, so I was watching. I said in the room, if it broke over 50, it wouldn't surprise me if it could go on a run. That's all I said. No, that's not telling anybody to do what I was going to do. So this didn't happen till 5 o'clock Eastern time. So this is post market. But once that happened, I thought, you know what, do it. So I did it. I didn't go crazy. I don't go crazy on these things in terms of the number of shares. But I'm also watching. I mean, if it had dropped $10 on me, you know, it wouldn't kill me. Wow, guys. Just 97, 99. You know, I was kidding one of the guys at Trade Ideas, because I actually posted that in Trade Ideas. I said, you know, I said I was over 50. I took a little bit out at 54, and I said, I'm holding on to 100. This was yesterday. Let's put 100. 101, why not? And there it is. Okay, there it is. Well, you can have mine, Kling Daddy. I mean, you just can have the ones that I'm using. Just one moment, please. Oh my goodness. Well, you can go to our our pre-market channel. That's got it all. I'm assuming if you have some scans up and running, you're not getting any data. The reason is you've got the relative volume filter active. But I mean, I've got 4 scans that I use in the pre-market that I'm sharing. Just go to my home page. So next week, go to my home page. Okay, I just put in the link right there. Go to my home page and click on my scans that I'm sharing. And right here, gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. Okay. But it looked like, William, that they say they were withdrawing it because it already met certain protocols. That's the first thing I read. CLF, I should have mentioned CLF, you're right. So CLF had earnings this morning. It's hard to concentrate on anything but these crazy ones. This will die, you know, I mean, eventually, you know, we won't be looking at these ones, but I mean, it's hard not to follow these crazy ones. Not for every trader, you know, if you're new to trading, I mean, it's awesome when it's going up, not so awesome when they're going down. So, but here is CLF. Yes, CLF is an earnings play. You can see right here, I'm going to in fact stick an alert at around 22.37. You can see that if it takes out 22.37, it's got a little bit of room to the 23 mark. Oh, no idea, Nikki. No idea. Wow. Thank you, William. Unbelievable. That's all I can say. Unbelievable. Look at the volume coming in. I mean, it's on volume also. All right, one of the yeah, we're set to open in about 30 seconds, guys. Well, I don't know what to say. Let's have a great trading day. End of this trading week. If you were fortunate enough to get involved in this DWAC, what a nice weekend you're going to have. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about share size at all, John. And we're now open. We are now open. Oh my goodness. I jokingly said to one of our guys at Trade Ideas, the heck with 100, how about 200? I just got halted. Had to get halted, right? Yeah, this is, well, Dwack, the other one got halted. Meanwhile, fun. Yeah, so Dwack just got halted. Dwack you got halted before, but Dwack just got halted now. Meanwhile, the PHUN, yeah, I mean, on a percentage basis, that is no recommendations. Okay, there's, I mean, if you want to look at a boring one, CLF just took out those highs. And fun is halted now too, yes. Just called traders. When you say how is it possible, what do you actually mean by that? How is it possible? It's possible because, you know, there's reports circulating that in 2020, articles that Funware was linked to the Trump campaign. Boom, that's it. That's all it needs. That's how it's possible. Why can't you trade the pre-market? If you can't trade the pre-market, get a different broker. Meanwhile, another one that I'm hearing over and over again is the CRTD. Why doesn't IB let you trade in the pre-market in Switzerland? I had no idea they would do that. And now CRTD is halted. I don't know who Tiny LaRue or Alexis LaRue is. No idea. But evidently this is a big deal. And now Psalm. Did Psalm get halted too? Wow. Yeah. Or no? Is Psalm halted also? Oh yeah, there's Psalm. Halted also, yep. You might have to, there might be a setting, Benjamin, that allows you to do pre-market. I can't believe IB would not allow you to do it. I mean, I'm in Canada, I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, you can't, yeah, that's a good point. You cannot go in at a market order. You have to go, you know, pick a price, limit order. I cannot believe that IB would not let you do it. Yeah, fill outside RTH or allow pre-market, yeah. Okay, guys, what else? Even Hudi is on the move. HUDI. I'm getting other alerts, but I just don't care. I'm out of the snap I got out of, okay, guys? I mean, popped back. I didn't want to keep looking at it. So I'm out of the snap. Hardly any gain at all. I was in at 58.95 this morning on a short. Got down to 50, almost 58, but excuse me. But I'm not going to monkey around with anything else. Whew. And we've got Grom also, of course. Yeah, I mean, I saw the news. They added several new in-app safety features for parents. That I'm sure DATS is. Yeah, I'm sure DATS is on the move. What was the other one that started with the letter P? Not fun. Palt, thank you. So I'm sure is Palt on the move too. The answer is yes. So the three amigos, Palt, Grom, and and DATS. And here's another one I'm hearing, PBTS. What are you doing? Another one that is running. Here's the 200-day moving average up above. That's far enough away. Fund just opened 11:20. Well, a halt, the halts that we see normally are volatility halts. So stock has gone up too much in a short period of time. I mean, that's the easy explanation. So they get halted, okay? And then they usually open 5 minutes later. But a suspended, well, that's suspended usually for news. And fund just got halted again. I'm not in this one. I should be, but I'm not in this one. I don't see that CRTD is suspended. I see halt because of volatility, unless there's something else. No, it's not halted because of, it's not suspended. See? Because of volatility, CRTD. There it is, just open. I don't know where you're getting suspended from. Well, sorry, Benjamin. I don't know what to say. It wasn't suspended. I mean, maybe that's their terminology, but it was just a volatility halt. Okay. Yeah, real. CLF, a big. I had that price alert set up here. Takes out that those levels right there. And that's, I don't know how much further we can go. 23 looks like a pretty big block. It is an earnings play, CLF. Let's see what I'm seeing here for DWAC. Yeah, no real clue. This is what you're referring to. So it's halted at 131.90 and there's no real clue where it's going to open. Well, guys, let's see. I guess you're right. It is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. We got halted at 9:30 plus 41 seconds. And what are we now? And it didn't open. So now it's going to be at least could be a 15-minute halt. Typically they're 5-minute halts, but you can see right here it got halted at 9:30 plus 41 seconds. And we're already 9:40 plus 41 seconds. So this is going to be probably at least a 15-minute halt. Well, Bobby, maybe one day you'll make this your real job. Look at Hootie, guys. Another one that just absolutely popped over the high right here, 1467 of yesterday. Well, Alan, again, typically they're 5-minute halts, but there's no absolute rule that it's only 5 minutes. But if it's a volatility halt, it's usually 5 minutes, and then after that, it's usually a multiple of 5 minutes. So 10, 15, 20, whatever. But don't ask me why some are not all 5. There is some kind of a reason. I just don't know it. Not Eastern time. If you're talking Eastern time, Franchap, we don't get our data until 4 a.m. 7 a.m. Eastern time. What is this one? Is this a SPAC also? No. Is it a SPAC? It is a SPAC, guys. So here's another one going crazy. Another SPAC going crazy. Another one I'm hearing going crazy. TRKA. What a day, guys. I mean, this is, of course, all this happens usually in the first 15 anyway, but look at the SPY. Look at the move on the SPY. We had an hour straight down, and then this candle, this opening 15-minute candle, as we speak anyway, is wiping all that out. Whew. Well, as I pointed out before, there's no real clue. There's no real clue on either of them. There's the halt price. There's no way it's going to open at 1406, 1407. So there's no real clue what's going to happen. And the same with the other one, DWAC. No, it is not a boring Friday. Lots of halts already. Troika just got halted. TRKA just got halted. And so all these media companies, media. No, there's no set price no set price for where a stock is going to open. It'll fluctuate over the 5 minutes as you're watching. Okay. There is no set price. There's no, okay, this is where it's going to open. So for instance, look at Troika. Got halted at 262. See how the bid ask is changing? But that doesn't mean that it's going to open at 270, right? You see how it's changing? There's no set price. Now, guys, you know, these are, Psalm just got halted again. Why did it do this one this yesterday for the Psalm? But media stocks, guys, all these media stocks. Sure, Grom is going to get, well, they're snapped down again, guys. I'm not in it anymore. Not exciting enough. Whew. And Grom just got halted again. Media, media, media. So Grom, I don't see Palt. I haven't seen Palt halted. So this might be one to keep an eye on. Okay, it has not been halted. It might start to play catch up to the other ones. Keep an eye on the Palt, guys. I mean, it is lagging the other two, Grom and DATS, I guess. Bit of a spread issue, 59.75. Very low float. Again, this is not for everybody. I know it's exciting, but it's not for everybody. But I know it's hard not to, just hard not to watch these today and yesterday. I know there are other plays going on, but and fun just resumed. Wow. Not sure this is gonna get halted again. I don't know if well, thank goodness there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, 100%. And now that's just resumed. Guys, this Palt is interesting. It's not moving like the rest of them. And now CNTX is halted. Whew. I don't know what they do. The media? No. Boring old pharma. And now TRKA just resumed. Okay, guys, I'm going to see if this Palt explodes also. It's a high looking left. Yesterday it was 790, so it's at that high. Sorry guys, I'm just watching this halt. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, so Grom resumed. TRKA resumed. I feel like I'm calling a race here. The Grom just got halted again. Ugh. Yeah, so DWAC is still halted. CRTD is still ripping higher here. Whew. Come on. Take out 8. Oh my goodness, guys. Okay, I'm... Sorry, Real. I know you've been doing the good fight with these other ones. It's just too hard to... The mat, yeah, tremendous. I mean, it's down 10% from those highs there. I don't understand the question, Kim. I don't really understand the question. I mean, it's just a halt. A halt is a halt is a halt. How long they're halted is usually 5 minutes on volatility, but as you can see, sometimes they're halted longer, like the wherever it is, the DWAC. And if it's not a 5-minute halt, typically it's a multiple of 5. That's all I can say. Now, later on, if it continues to be halted, They could say, okay, halted because of news. Yeah, that got up from, oh man, $24 down to 18. That's why you've got to be awfully careful. A low float, well, it's actually not a super low float, but it's crazy. I mean, it's crazy. There's no real reason other than circulation of 2020 supposed link between the Trump campaign and fun, PHUN. All right, time to pay attention to something else maybe. Okay, so this is what's happening. So the DATS resumed on the way down, fun. Grom though, well, David, I mean, it's not for everybody. That's all I can say. The question is, how do you trade those absolutely that go parabolic right off the start? Not for everybody. Some of these are there's no technical, there's no fundamental. Okay, it's just sometimes it's a bit of a gut feel. IZEA, another one. This is not a media stock, I don't think. I don't know if I'll have time for a spiel. Okay, let me just see something here, see if there's any more. Yeah, SAC is probably right on the DWAC. We could see a bit of a hit right on the open. I have no idea, but still don't see any. You see, this is what I'm still seeing. So we're not seeing any big gap down yet. Again, this doesn't absolutely mean this is where it's going to open. Look at I don't know what Bitcoin is doing, but I see this BITO is on the way down here. I don't know what Bitcoin, the currency, is doing, or currency, whatever you call it. The price of Bitcoin, I don't know what it's doing, but this is moving down. You're right. No AI trades yet. You're right. So there's Cliff getting close to that 23 mark. This might stall it right there. You look at all the resistance right around that 23 mark. But it's been definitely a nice play. Once it took out the highs right there, which was that, about 22.26, and it's an earnings play. Yeah, just get it on your chart. Okay, put DWAC on your chart and put a bracket. Just what I would do, I would just do something like this. It's at 131.30.90. Okay, so I would just maybe put a price alert a little bit above it. So what is that? 131.90. So you could create a price alert, put it at 132. Oh, it just opened. Well, there you go. It just opened. So actually, oh, guys, it's a halt coming down, but look at the gap up first. Yeah, so what you can do is just put a price alert, bracket it, okay? You know, a couple of pennies above, a couple of pennies below on any one of them. And just in case it gaps down or a stock gaps up. And then you'll certainly know about it. Thing is, you know, guys, if the memers, I mean, I'm sure they've got a hold of this one. I mean, of course, it reminds me, how can you not take a look at GME, the parallels? I mean, GME really didn't have any news, but it was just, but to me, it's amazing that GME is still up here. Okay, that's the amazing part for me. So with the DWAC, we'll have to see if the memers, and I'm sure they're all over this one. And so I don't know where this is going. Well, the other thing is with Snap, I did read about Snap, of course, and a lot to do with the way Apple. Okay, BFRA guys, BFRA, it was halted also. I don't know. Oh, it halted on the way down. Okay, man, talk about a look how many. Well, a lot of them are the same companies, but look at all the halts and resumes so far this morning. Oh, that's one of the scans I'm sharing. Yeah, the new rules for ads and all that, and that really is the tracking, etc. I think so. I think that really they weren't sure what the result was going to be, and they found out. Okay, so Psalm resumed. I wouldn't presume after the resume though that this is just going to tank. Meanwhile, AGEN continues to move down. ATHA is moving up. Now, I didn't see any news. I don't think I saw any news on it this morning. I just knew it was up. No, yeah, completion of enrollment. I guess that's a big deal. What's the high here? 1147. So the next high looking left is 1147. I guess if it can take that out, why not? 33.9 in the float. That's a fairly low float. Well, I don't know anything, Sparky. I don't know anything. I mean, you just look at a chart, though. Snap had obviously horrible results on their earnings. It gapped down right at 4 o'clock. It's an earnings play. I looked at this. I'm out of it. I'm out of it. Okay. I couldn't keep I couldn't keep an eye on it. I looked at this after hours. It got down to $52. So that I took. So when you say how did I know to, I don't know anything. I mean, it's not it's not that I know that anything is going to happen, but you kind of put the odds in your favor when you take a look at a chart and you see what's happened. Lots of negative press about it. So yeah, again, I talked about this one in the pre-market. Huge pet peeve of mine with BYND, not specifically them, but companies that decide ahead of earnings, which were on the 10th. They decide to do a pre-release kind of, and it's kind of warn on guidance, etc. Because you know me, I don't want to hold anything through earnings. Well, this may as well be an earnings play. No. I shorted it this morning, Sparky. This morning. That gap down so quickly. But I got out for basically no gain. I mean, I couldn't concentrate on it when I was trying to concentrate on these fast movers. So I mean, this might be something that just keeps drifting down all day. You know that might be a magnet. 5240 might be a magnet. But I'm just not interested right now. I have no thoughts on it. No, just to let it resume. Like I don't understand exactly the questions. What are my thoughts on something that is halted? I have no thoughts on it. I mean, it's an emotional play. There's no fundamentals. There's no technicals. Okay. Yeah, there's no clue where it's going to open. I still see 1834, 1835. So. NVAX is fading now. Also, I know for those of you following NVAX, in a big way, 138 down to 130. Another virus play, of course. Well, you were certainly talking about the warrants yesterday, Keg, so you can always pop in every now and then, say hello. You mean specific news today for NVAX? I don't think there's any specific news today for it. I think it's just a continuation of 3 days ago. Yeah, I mean, if you were in the room yesterday, Keg kept talking, or CEG, however I want to pronounce it, kept talking about the warrants over and over and over and over again. And so, and you're right. I mean, they went up at one point, I think probably 2,500%. I'm sure they're up, and well, compared to yesterday, they've got to be up in, I don't even know what the percentage is. Can always put it in, I guess. So they're up 400% today. But they were, what were they yesterday? 3, 4, I mean, good grief, look at this. I mean, at one point they were, in fact, if I back this out a little bit more, I mean, they started at yesterday around what, 2 something? The day before was like in the pennies, 22 cents. Oh. All right, so DWAC just resumed and it just got halted again on the way down. Well, it's just a trade though. I don't think it's anything to do. You're just trading the warrants. All right, now DWAC this is under serious downward pressure. Right now I see 97.97. So this is now, you see what I'm seeing? 121, 122 on the halt, 97.97. So that's the first time I've seen something like that. So, okay, I mean, I've never traded a warrant. I mean, is it not just like a stock when you're trading it? But you can trade it, right? You can just trade it as you, yeah. So I've never traded a warrant. Okay, this ERJ, boring, but ERJ on the way down. Also, Brazilian stock. Brazil has been hit. A lot of Brazilian stocks hitting on the way down. Yeah, back to the real world is right. And the excitement is pretty awesome. It just trades. Zorro, it just trades like a stock. Okay, like here's DWAC, DWACW. Okay, here it is. Okay, so you just trade it like a stock. You know, it loads. Now in IB, it's /W. So if you typed in, I don't know who your broker is. This is what we've got. But if you typed in DWAC/W, you'll see a bid and ask. You get in, you get out. All right, well, okay, guys, here's one that is a new all-time high, XPDI. Interesting, I guess. What's the spread like? Spread's okay, 41.45, on the way up, all-time high. I guess I want to say this was a... No, this is a blank, this is still a blank check. This is still a SPAC. I thought maybe it had been taken over. So this is still a SPAC, XPDI. So we're getting back into SPAC season, I guess. You know, there it is though, a big break. I don't know who they're looking to. Trying to find out who they're looking to merge with. Well, my alerts have completely dried up now, which is good. I can settle down a bit. And this is shortable for us. Yes, real. This is shortable for us at Interactive Brokers. So let's take a look at the monthly chart. The high was 11.12 3 months ago. So let's see in the weekly chart. Looks like it's that same high, 11.12. So, and of course 10, bit of a psychological barrier to get through, perhaps. Yeah, not yet on that. Yeah, maybe it's going to be a fade candidate for sure, but not yet. You won. I don't. Again, what do they do? I mean, this is okay. So it is media. Astonishing. I mean, today and yesterday, astonishing. Now, this is not trading very much. I mean, it's 15 times normal, but the absolute volume is not that much. I'm sure it's going to, ramp up. Only 8 million in the float, but it is really not trading that much. So you got to be really, really careful. It is halted again, yes. And this is another at least 10-minute halt. It got halted at 33 seconds past 10:12. Man, it's 10:20. Do I have to go through a spiel today? You guys know everything about trade ideas, right? I think I'm going to skip my spiel. The only thing I'm going to talk about is how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, so I'm not going to go over money management. I'm not going to go over, making sure you know how to trade in terms of shorts and putting short. I go over it at this time every day. So I think I'll take a break from that. I'll go over my home page, and that's about it. All right, my home page right there. There's the link. So you want to take out a subscription right now? There it is. Test Drive 25% off the first month or the entire year. Okay, we have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay, annual $22.68 a year minus that 25%. Standard $10.68 a year minus the 25%. The big difference is the AI, which has no trades yet today. You don't have to go on an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. In fact, if you don't know this program very well and you're thinking about trying it, this is what I would do. You can take a standard monthly, 118 less that 25%, or the premium, 228 less the 25%. And then if within 30 days you love it and you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25% promo code. But you can always just try us out for a month. If you don't like it, that's fine. Just unsubscribe, okay? More information from my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. And this is free, and all the education about trade ideas is right here. We have a great user guide now. We have the introductory lessons. If you're new to trade ideas, really take a look at this one. Talks about how to create a top list, alert windows, single stock windows, goes over the AI, Brokerage Plus, okay? Lots of information there. I take a break at noon Eastern, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I think today it'll be Andy. Daily webinars, they'll resume next week. You can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, take a look at this, okay? If you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock. So take a look at these videos, okay? And also my homepage. My scan section. So these 2 sections, the education and my scans, a lot of information, okay? I have a layout that I'm sharing. It looks a lot like what you see, plus a lot of other individual scans that I'm sharing. So you can take a look at those. If you don't want to build your own scans, you don't have to. You can take a look at my scans. And also, moment. You can take a look at all the scans that we have. If you click on from our toolbar, click on new and then the dock channel bar. Here are all different layouts that we have. They're all themed layouts, okay? Momentum, as an example, stock surging. If you see something you like, an alert window that you like, come on, give us some information. There we go. So there's CLF, okay, as an example. So there's a momentum play right there, CLF, Real was talking about it. And so if you like this window, this scan, you can save it to the cloud. You can go to the individual channels. I'll go to stock surging. So here's the principle that you take a look at the individual channels. You can extract top list windows or alert windows that we created, save them into the cloud, and then you can bring them back one by one, thereby creating your own layout without having to know how to build a scan at all. And just one last thing, that's what we do. We scan the US market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. You can use this window here, we call Brokerage Plus. You can practice trading before you commit money to the market. We've got a great simulator. Practice trading. I'm not going to go over it today. You just click on an alert though, and here's the symbol. You can pick how many shares you want, and you can pick the price you want to get in. Practice trading. Uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. And nothing to talk about really with the AI. This is what it looks like. There's just no trades today. But when it starts, I'm sure there has to be, well, there doesn't have to be, but I can't believe this will be the first day ever if we don't have any trades. And when I say trades, alerts, I should call them alerts. How you trade them will be up to you. But if we did see them, you'd see an entry price, you'd see a stop, and then how you trade them will be up to you. So, Topanga, when you say, are there any word on DWACU, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, it's halted as well as DWAC, I guess. So, I don't know what you mean exactly. Any word on it? Okay, so you're right. It is halted. So that's all we can. That's all. So we know it's halted. You just have to wait for it to open. How long it's halted, I don't know. Oh, that's okay. No, that's okay. So, Sam, are you talking about in Brokerage Plus or just in general? Well, you can always cancel any order. Whether NASDAQ or any other stock, you can cancel any order. I'm not sure I understand the question. I've got it. I mean, in Interactive Brokers, I can put an order in, I can see where it is, and if I want to cancel, I just right click on it and cancel it. So John, I don't understand the question. Can you get an alert if you don't know how to use the software? Don't understand the question. I went over a couple things. If you're a brand new user, then please take a look at our user guide, but probably take a look at the 20. Let me get it for you here. The 20 lessons. That'll get you at least somewhat acclimatized to trade ideas. Okay. But if you don't want to create your own alerts, I mean, I have my home page, which I put in, and I have a section called All My Scans. And you can take a look at them. So I'm not sure I understand your question. It just is. And we get the question all the time, and there's no hard and fast rule about how long a stock is going to get halted. Okay. Typically, on a volatility halt, it's 5 minutes. Typically, but these are, I guess, we'll call them extraordinary circumstances. So, for whatever reason, they're halting longer. And typically, though, they are multiples of 5 minutes. Unless all of a sudden they come in and say now it's halted because of news or halted for news pending or something to that effect. But there's no, there's no, I don't see anything in addition to the halt. that is saying now it's news related? I mean, you should have some kind of a news, okay? I mean, I use Interactive Brokers. I don't know if you have Interactive Brokers, they've got a great news feature option, and that's what I use. I mean, I do use Trade Ideas, but and if I want a little more up to date stuff, I'll always be looking at my IB News headlines. Okay, so I don't see there's no additional news on it on the halt. In other words, it doesn't say now it's halted because of news pending or SEC is investigating or anything like that. Okay, I'm just sort of following. I haven't been following this thing with Grumpy and URD, so my opinion, well, I really don't have an opinion other than, I mean, it launched yesterday. It's moved up a little bit, 11%, $1.30. I mean, if you know the history behind this one, it's it launched way below the original market capitalization. I think was going to be in the 41 billion or something. And what did it come out at, 10 or 8 or 12? I can't really remember. So I don't know. I mean, I don't really have an opinion on it other than, watch the way it trades. I mean, it's a nice bump from yesterday. So Sam, I don't understand. And listen, guys, if it's not a specific stock, okay, take it to the off topic. So Sam, you're asking me. I don't really know what you mean about. You can cancel. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you can cancel any trade just because you put in a buy order at a certain price. Doesn't mean it doesn't mean that you can't cancel it. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Well, I don't know Thinkorswim. I don't know Thinkorswim. I mean, I've put in buy orders in Interactive Brokers, and I've been able to cancel them. It doesn't matter if it's pre-market or, of course, obviously during the market, once the market opens. So I don't know TOS at all. No, we don't send out buying and selling alerts. No, John. We're not that sort of a service. You need our software. We're not. We don't send out buy and sell alerts. The last halt looks like 1835. Let me just see. Well, you can just check the price. That's where if it's still at that price, that's where it was halted. Yeah, 1835. Okay, we finally have an AI alert. Could be interesting. I mean, I don't know how easy it's going to be to get it if you want to short this one. It's down 33%, so the uptick rule is definitely in effect. Yeah, that's fine. KZMID. Anything you want to upgrade to on an annual basis. So I think what you're saying is if you took out a standard monthly subscription, took the 25%, then you wanted to upgrade to an annual premium, absolutely, no problem. That's why I'm saying you can always start off with this is what I would do. If you don't know our software very well, don't dive into an annual subscription because our refund policies are not friendly. Okay? That's why you should start off with a monthly subscription on standard, say, especially now with the 25%. Try us out for the month. If you like it, you can always upgrade to an annual, and it doesn't matter if it's an annual standard or an annual premium. But don't dive into an annual subscription unless you're sure you want the software. You know, read what our refund policies are. Yeah, I'm not just talking to you, of course. I'm talking in general, KZ mid. I mentioned this one, XPDI, well, probably around here, 1133. It continues to rip higher. Now, somebody asked, I'm sorry, about PBTS. Let's see what it looks like, PBTS. Well, not good now. I'm sorry. Was this halted earlier? So many. That I can't help you with, KZ. I don't know. Yeah, just a moment, please. Yeah, so Prague just opened. All right, so Dwac did take out over 100 again on their opening. This hopefully by next week this will settle down a bit. I mean, I know the room is being dominated by this, but it's hard not to have the room dominated by all these ones that are really seriously moving. Not for everybody though. That's the whole thing. You're new to trading. I know it's hard to sit back and watch these things move up, and if you're not participating, and then you decide to participate, and you're buying in at the high. I get it. Okay, so first of all, Robert, I do not give investment advice like that at all, okay? Sorry. You know, I mean, So it's an earnings play. I mean, it's still, well, all I'd be looking left. I mean, it's already taken out that area. It's got a lot of, little pockets of resistance on there, but it's been stellar getting through them so far. But I can't make any. I mean, you're an extended. So you're talking about if it pulls back to the VWAP or something, 2306. I mean, you might want to wait for that. I don't know. I mean, this is really extended now. Yeah, what Real says. I mean, you're really late. Look how extended it is. Look at the 15-minute chart straight up. This is one I probably would have traded had I not been so wrapped up in the other stuff. I had my price alert set right up here, 22.30, I think. And it's an earnings play, so this is one I almost for sure would have traded on that break. Why that break? Because I was just looking left, and I was looking at these highs right here on the daily chart. I said, okay, if it can take that out, it's got some room. But, I'm too wrapped up on the other stuff. I watched it, yes, I watched it after hours. It was about 5 o'clock Eastern time for DWAC. Oh, I have no idea when a swing trade AI will be available, and I have no idea. Been talked about for months. Yeah, but again, I go to, I attend these marketing meetings every Tuesday and Thursday, and it's been talked about for months. I have no idea how close it will be, and the cost, I don't think it'll just be part of the AI. So I don't think there's any. It'll probably, have to have a premium subscription more than likely, but. Well, guys, it just got halted on the way up now. PHUN just got halted on the way up. And the open, whoa, man. So this just got halted on the way up. And I'm looking here. This is what I'm talking about. There's the halt at 1109. Now, this doesn't have to hold. Notice it said 14 before. These are, this is going to change rapidly. Yeah, if it's a 5-minute halt, it's the closer, if it's a 5-minute halt. But you see how it changes. Somebody asked before, well, what price is it going to open at? Not just this one, but any halt. You don't know. You don't know, but this gives you a bit of a clue. At least there's a halt at 1109. At least this is suggesting, at least right now, when it opens, it'll be above that 1109 price. And this is from Interactive Brokers. But look how it's changing. Now it's down to 12. When I first looked at it, it was at 14. So, I mean, this changes rapidly. This is one I was following yesterday, and it just didn't do what I wanted it to do. This is the RDUS. It was hovering around that 19 mark for a big portion of the day. But now look at it, 20. Again, it had the big news 2 days ago, but it got sold right off. I mean, it got all the way up to 23, sold down to 18. Yesterday, little recovery, and today looks like the recovery is continuing. I mean, when you looked at that news, it looked really awesome, but I mean, the market just said, you know what? It's not as awesome as you think. I mentioned EBR, I don't know, 60 cents ago. Probably up here. No, maybe not 60 cents ago, but yeah, see, we're getting closer now to that halt price, 1164, 1164 for PHUN. But you know, it's sort of trading in tandem now with the DWAC. The DWAC's back on the move. I mean, remember, it got all the way down to what, 82, right back up to 115. It's a trading vehicle right now, but you've got to be careful. Brazil, guys, Azul yesterday, and it still has some room down. This is a Brazilian airliner, and I'm seeing, look at this. I see BCBR, PBR. I mentioned the EBR. This is Brazil getting hammered. And it's just a continuation. Well, not this one. But the other ones were sinking before. This one now is just joining the negative party, BSBR. Exactly. It is trading somewhat normal. Okay. Yeah, so look what happened. There's PHUN. So it did jump a little bit from the halt. Now it's hard. I mean, it's really rapid. The bid ask is going crazy. Wow, I mean, this is astonishing. Look at this. I mean, you guys, again, there ain't no recommendations coming here out of me on any of these. Okay, you want to trade them? But this is what I'm saying. I mean, look at the rapidity. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I mean, look at the action here. So big pop from that halt. I have to play a warrant the next time, Zach, or trade a warrant the next time. You've got to be careful though. I mean, look at that, guys. I mean, it got up to what, almost 15, 14.40, pulled all the way back down to 11. So there's almost a $3 drop just like that. You've got to be awfully careful. Yeah, there's your small pullback. I'm exhausted. What a day. Okay, I know there's other stuff happening. I'm getting a symbol crash, which means something is happening. There's the BTCY. BTCY making another high here. And let's see, the pre-market high looks like it's around, it's challenging it. BCTY, it's challenging it at 415. Okay, now I'm seeing that DWAC just got halted again on the way down. So, be super careful now. If you weren't before, be really careful now. So the BCTY, there's the pre-market high is 415, so it's right at that pre-market high. Of course, it's above yesterday's high. And the monthly high is 425. I'm sorry, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 425. I haven't even looked at my option scanner at all. I have no idea what happened here. Total distraction from what I normally do. Wow. So we had an alert at 7:58 for CRTD, and I got up to 988 from my option scanner. Of course, it's pulled way back now, like a lot of them. Let's see what happened with ATHA, 1110. Got up to 1159, so not bad. YVR, 190. Yeah, it didn't really move that much. And then the Isaiah, 262. Got up to 325. So wow, so some good moves from my option scanner this morning. I did not pay any attention to it. So 3 really good percentage moves. The only one that didn't really move was the YVR. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. Rather. So it got halted again, and now I'm talking about the fund. It got halted again, and then it resumed again, a little bit higher. Hey, to each his own, Eli, okay? There's no right or wrong way. Okay, what time? 11 o'clock already. Okay, the Azul is moving down, gold is moving down, ERJ is moving down, Brazilian stocks moving down. I don't think fund has been available at Interactive Brokers. What is that Brazilian ETF again, guys? Somebody will know. Is it BRZU or something like that? BRZU, if my memory is good here. Yeah, there we go. So this is the country ETF for Brazil, BRZU. I mean, look what's happened. Wow. I mean, $87 5 days ago, 65 now. It's not for everybody. Well, listen. I mean, there's day trading and then there's insane trading. Okay, we've had an insane couple of days with these ones, but then there are what I will call the more, I use the term legitimate day trades, but based on maybe technicals. Well, I don't, some fundamentals. Maybe there was some news. Okay, an earnings release. Maybe they had some news, so we factored maybe a little bit of fundamental in. But looking more at the technicals, the moving averages, breaking left, looking left to see if there's any room. These sort of trades, all that flies out the window. Because there's zero rhyme or reason for them. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, obviously the DWAC, I mean, there was a reason. But for the rest of them just being tugged along, I mean, I guess you could argue, okay, there's your reason, but, very, very, high blood pressure type trades. You'll never get me on a roller coaster. Well, look at Azul as an example, William. I don't know what it's going to do, but so you can look at a trade, you can look at this one and say, okay, I mean, Brazil is still weak, weak, weak. There's your overall news. You've still got room down to here on that monthly chart, down to 1150. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's a reasonable float, 91 million. So, I don't expect it to be, so whippy up or down. Is this another Brazilian stock, VIV? Yeah, another Brazilian stock, VIV. Now, it's coming into probably maybe a support area, but Snap. How about Snap? Now, in retrospect, I wish I'd kept my Snap, but I just couldn't. I mean, it was, but what did I short it at? 58.95. What did it get up to? Well, it got up to, no, I didn't even hit my buy or my short area. But there's a fairly steady down trade, which may have a magnet down to 52. Released earnings, of course, devastated through the 200-day. This could be a multi-day drop. I haven't looked at Moderna today, mRNA. Well, here's another one that is breaking down here, guys. VXRT. I think this is another virus play, isn't it? VXRT. Yeah, it's got to be a virus play, of course. So all these virus plays are just not doing well. Okay, this could be. I mean, this is going to take a bunch, I think, to move this one back up. Now, I mean, the DWAC now it's just got halted again, and the fund just got halted again on the big drop now. So again, that's why you can. What a 5-minute chart! Look at that, 24.14. Habs? Does that mean what I think it means? All right. Well, with these things now starting to move down, now it's time to get into take a look at the other more traditional plays. No, I'm talking about your name, Habs. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, let's take a look at DOCN. The Digital Ocean. Well, I mean, what an IPO. I have no opinion on it. I mean, it's been fantastic. What a great IPO. But I don't trade this price range typically. I mean, obviously, I made an exception for the DWAC, but I don't think I can't really add anything. It's been on a huge run. Great IPO. I mean, look at this, $40 and doubled in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You would have had to wait. The first 3 months would have been, to me, a bunch of dead money. Just a bunch of dead money tied up in this. But after that 3 months, Great move. Nothing more I can add. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were a Hab fan as the Canadians, Montreal Canadiens. That's all. Okay, let's take a look at. There's only one AI alert, and it's just it was already that had already gapped down a lot. Nothing saying that it won't get down through 7, but this had the bad news pre-market OCUL. And let me just read my negative data, phase 2 data, negative. Well, let's put it this way. Here's my... Sorry, this should be off topic. There's me on Twitter, so I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this. The DWAC-U, but it's got to follow DWAC pretty closely, so. I mean, listen, if DWAC got down below 80, I mean, again, this is not a recommendation, okay? It doesn't look like it's going to because I'm looking here at well, I don't know what it's going to open at, but let's just say it got down below 80. You can see right there, the 15-minute chart. This is a lot of pre-market stuff, but there was a lot of volume, so I would count that. If it gets down below 80, I mean, that could really get it rolling down. Really get it rolling down. So I'm just, all right, so I guess, so DWAC obviously opened. Yeah, I mean, this is... When I read that this morning, traders circulating a 2020 report that fund had something to do with the Trump campaign. I mean, very sketchy, but it didn't matter. Didn't matter. I mean, that's what happened. Did Cliff get all the way back down to the VWAP? $23.19. Yeah, wow. Got all the way. That was a pretty big pullback from 24.13 right back to the. That's about $1 pullback, a little over $1 pullback. Man, a lot of activity. I mean, the 10-day daily breakout, the breakdown. So many stocks today. And look at all the stocks that have had the big float turnover. Okay? So what you're seeing here, I mean, sometimes I might only get one or two a day, but look at them all today on this float turnover. So what does that mean? So here's the percentage. Only 43 times the float, CNTX. Now I don't know if we can believe this. Okay, that's an insanely low float, 270,000 shares. Now, that's what our data provider has got for us. But even if it's a million shares or 2 million, it's traded 11 million shares today. Yeah, that hex. I mean, it's amazing what moves a stock. So I don't know if you're following this in the pre-market. It actually popped up to 1141. I put it on my pre-market actives list. I took a look at the, why the pop, and like I don't know this guy, but this is the news. It appoints Dr. Liu as a medical consultant. So boom, stock pops up. Okay. Okay, I'm going to check another source. I'm going to check one more source for float information for CNTX. Interesting. Can't even get. Did this? Where are they out of? It's not a pink sheet stock, is it? I know it doesn't say pink sheet up here, and it looks like a. Well, the reason I'm saying this is, Finviz has no information on it at all. Never mind float information. CNTX. Now we're getting series of halts on the way down now. Or this just, oh no, fun just halted again. Wow. Well, if you had shorts available, I mean, incredible, from 24 down to 5. Come on, Becca, say it. There we go. Stupid IB. There we go. It looks like crypto is taking a big hit too. I mean, when I say a big hit, I'm just looking at this the new ETF, BITO. So I don't know what's Bitcoin at right now. Well, you weren't the first, Becca. That was Real, stupid IB. So got to give Real the credit for that one. You're just an imitator. Oh, so it's 61,000. Okay. Thank you, producer. Well, now what this might be. Now, okay, I'm not saying it wasn't an IPO. It might have been a symbol name change. I mean, it's a very cheap IPO, but let me just check my IPO calendar and see if it was on there. Yeah, okay, it was an IPO. It was an IPO. So for whatever reason, if Invis has no information, but I can check here. Well, it's hard to. It says they only issued 5 million shares. I don't know where we're getting 270,000. To be honest, really don't know. Well, we getting. Our provider is getting. Now, actually, Martin mentioned something. 3 million shares. What was that IPO, Martin? You mentioned one. The reason I asked is that the more of these really cheap ones that when they do their IPO and they don't have very many shares outstanding, they can really run. So look at the CNTX as an example. Well, this DWAC's getting close to that sub 80 level. The bloom weareth off. Boom. Let's take a look at boom. And now we are. Okay, guys, below 80 now. DWAC below 80. Well, look, I can't tell anybody what to trade or how to trade, but I just said DWAC under 80. That was the level right there. You see that green line? Oh man, this is starting to turn into a nice. All right, guys. I mean, again, I mean, you know, we don't make recommendations in the room. I just said watch that 80 level. Good grief. I mean, look, I mean, I'm, you know, all over Brazil now too. I mean, Brazil and media stocks. EBR, AZUL, ERJ, I mean, GOL. I mean, the one I'm in obviously is the Azul, but you know, take your pick. But look at the Brazilian country ETF. You know, if you just wanted to participate in that. I mean, it's just sinking, sinking, sinking. I guess so, Harry. That's the only thing I can. That's the only thing I could really see about Brazil in terms of news. The president. No, look at the SPY. Holy smokes! Look at the SPY now, guys. We're getting a real hit here. So we had this little pop. This was an hour down, and then the market opened. We had this nice little pop, then a nice little pop, and then look at this. Look at the SPY. It's just taking a header here. We've got a little disconnect going on in the market right now. The Dow is only down a little. SPY's down. Tech is getting hit, I guess. Well, with Snap and Facebook and Twitter, etc. Man. Yeah, so for those of you who won't short, you're missing out on a big segment here, the market. Hey, look at this HX. I mean, what a bunch of nonsense when it went up. It had no news going up, but now look at this. Easy come, easy go. You know, remember, yesterday this was a $22 stock. Yesterday. $5 now. Just out of interest, can you draw some fibs for Azul? I don't know where you would start them from, but AZUL, if it's not too much of a bother. Ha! William, that's funny, man. Funny man. No recommendation to go long HX. None, zero, in case anybody is not understanding William's sick sense of humor. Well, I just covered some of the Azul in the high 20s. Okay, thank you, Real. I just took some out, covered some. Okay, this is another. Is this an IPO or another? Okay, so this looks like this was an IPO, another cheap IPO. Got to keep more an eye on these cheap IPOs. A couple of weeks ago, STGW. I'm assuming this was an IPO or not a symbol name change. Yeah, I mean, Snap, I do wish I still held that short of Snap, but attention span was zero trying to follow this one. So with everything else that was going on, but I mean, it looks like, I mean, there's the magnet right there. There's the post-market low, 52.25. Not saying it's going to get there, but how does that affect the performance of the monitor, though, Pepe? I recall reading something about that, but if you've got intense graphics and all that, how does that affect it? Oh, thank you, Casa. I see you're the person always knows when a symbol name is changed. So that was MDCA before. Okay, thank you. Yeah, stop trading right here. So I'm always reluctant to call these cheaper ones IPOs. Okay. So a halt on the way up now, but what a break off that 80 down to 66. Oh man, what was that one that Real was talking about? BYCP. Come on. Was it BYCP? Or BCYP? BCYP. That was a U1, right? Isn't that the piggyback with U1? Maybe not. Okay, this is another SPAC. VXRT continues to move down here. And the other bank, BSBR, continues to move down. Almost got into this one also. This is a late one with the Brazilian stocks. So the other ones had already been moving down for the last few days. This was just kind of hanging here, but this is the big gap down now for it. Oh, I know. Oh, it's going up? BRZU is now starting to go up? I mean, I know that the SUL went up a little bit, but I don't see that it's going up. Okay, I guess I'm looking at the country ETF. And I don't see any pop at all. Well, I mean, unless you call, okay, on a 2 minute chart, you're right. There was a little 6 minute pop up. I'm looking at the 15, looking at the 5. There's another one. Oh boy, this could be interesting. NTCO just getting now below 13 and lots of room underneath. Where are they at? Is this Bermuda? Oh, sorry, another. Sorry, I should know the flag of Brazil by now. Yeah, so this is another Brazilian stock, NTCO. And when you look left, I mean, the next low looking left is about 1024 on the monthly chart. Probably that's going to be about the same on the weekly. Daily, you can't see anything. So let's see how well this holds under 13. Yeah, all shorts covered, of course, with the DWAC. I mean, but great break off 80 down to 66. Now it's popped back up. Yeah, I wonder how technical we can look at this, William, though. You know, testing the 5A, testing, I mean, I don't know how technical we can look, or if the technicals mean anything at all. Yeah, fun just resumed. Snap keeps cracking and no popping. All right, now there's a big move now. I mean, what a trading vehicle today. I did not take the long on this one, on the DWAC. But what a trading vehicle today. Look at that, 66 up to 90 just like that. Snap, crackle, pop. Whew. All right, guys, I want to find out who is taking over YouTube. For me, I think it's Andy today. It might be Chris, though, so I just want to verify it. Just one moment, please. All right, sorry about that, guys. What time is it? We're almost getting set for me to take my break. I just have to put myself on hold for another couple of minutes. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back, but I'm getting set to leave in about 10 minutes or so for my break. Just going to find out who was on it or who is up today. I think it is Andy, but okay, yeah, just verified it is Andy. Going to be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. So what I'm going to do is I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there when I'm on my break. I know it says tube. It's YouTube. Okay? All right, well, things have finally somewhat settled down. All right, here's another one getting hit. MGNI, Magnite. Not a Brazilian stock, but Magnite, MGNI. And looking low, the next low looking left, that's about over $1 away. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but another potential short situation. Don't see any specific news on it. It could. I mean, it's just, drifting down. I mean, there's certainly no enthusiasm to buy Snap right now. I mean, look, I mean, it's just been drifting down, down, down. Who's going to step in and buy it? I mean, I know there are, bottom feeders all over the place, but at this point, excuse me. Flyer on the pre-market, WKEY, little action here, and market opens, just drift down. Actually gone negative now. Almost an all-time low. It's only 10% above its all-time low. WKEY. I couldn't really see any news on it this morning. Why the pop? Which always makes, it's suspect that it'll hold the pop. If you don't see any reason whatsoever, and it doesn't always hold forth, of course, but I couldn't see anything on this, so I thought, man, this could easily be a short once the market opens. Yeah, I mean, DWAC is somewhat settled down. I, we can predict this for sure. It's not going to stay at 82.28 for the rest of the day, or $83 for the rest of the day. We can know that for sure. Look at, boy, you want to print this chart up, guys. Look at AGC. Look at what it did. It got right into the 200-day moving average, stopped in its tracks. 11.95 was the 200-day. Probably popped a little bit above it, got to 12. So look what it did. You're wondering how, like somebody asked yesterday, why look at the 200-day moving average? I'm not saying this happens all the time, but we see it many, many times. A stock goes right into that 200-day and it just says, nope. I find this happens more so when a stock tries to approach the 200-day from the bottom rather than a bounce. So if a stock is approaching it from the top, I don't find they bounce as much. I do find that they get stalled though a lot more than they bounce off the 200-day if it's approaching it from the top. And that's it. Yeah, I mean it's the one technical indicator that is followed almost universally, the 200-day moving average. And again, even for a person like myself who doesn't really follow indicators that much, I'm always aware of what that is. I eagerly await your comment, Dak. Better make it quick because I'll be on my break. All right. That's a real minor little pull up, but all right, guys. Again, just waiting for Andy to show up in our YouTube room, and then I'll be taking my break. ZY just triggered here. ZY. Oh man, look at this. Only 5% above its all-time low, which is, I guess, right over here. All-time low is around 995. Is that right? Or something else lower, maybe here. Yeah, 785. So that's 2 months ago. 785 was the low. So this was, I remember this one. This was an IPO back here. I mean, imagine, you know, a $50 IPO. I don't know what the IPO price was, but I mean, it traded that first month in the $50 range. $10 now. 6 months later, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months later, plus this month. We've just seen miserable. We've seen a few good ones, but a miserable IPO season. I know somebody's going to say, yeah, Barry, what about this one? But I've just seen too many that look like this. And no news. No news that I can see. The only news is nobody wants it. I mean, that's really the news, isn't it? Nobody wants it. There you go. So it was priced at 31. So, you know, spectacular debut. You know, first month, well, spectacular. You know, not bad. I mean, 51, so $30 over the IPO price. I don't know where it first. This would be the first week, I guess. But at any rate, you know, so a $31 IPO, even that is cut by 2/3. Very nice. Yes, very nice call by Real on the boom short. All right, guys, just waiting for Andy to show up anytime now. So at this point, I am out of absolutely everything. All right, what I'm going to do for ZY just for fun is I'm going to put an alert down around 1997, see if it takes out see if it takes out 10. Later on, I wouldn't be taking this right now, of course. It'd be a chase down short, so I would see what happens here. Maybe if it bases a little over 10 and then somehow it just gets slammed down through 10. But again, I'll be on my break pretty soon. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. It's now noon. Come on, Andy. I think he's in. Okay, I see your post, Andy. Okay, I'll stop my stream now. How fun for your...
Hello, traders. Let me just make sure everything's working here. Testing 1, 2, 3. Could you guys... All right. Hey, Jacques. Thank you, buddy. Hey, Otto. How you doing, man? Happy Friday to everyone. Take a look and see how these things are holding up today. Hey, Metacom, I like that. Hi, Iris, how are you? Happy Friday to everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support session. Yeah, much. Did you hear me? Much. I was trying to finish up some chips before you guys came in. Hi, Walter. How are you guys? All right. This is the Friday for some of you guys who may be in here for the first time. This is the Friday edition of the support webinar. My name is Andy, and I'll be walking you through the next hour. These were designed for people who want to come in and get help with the software, something that you might be struggling with, or configuration that you're trying to put together. That I can definitely try to help there. So if you have any questions, just drop them in. Yeah, crazy day indeed. But anyway, yeah, if there's no questions, obviously we can talk stocks. We can kick around some ideas. Have to see if this action we're seeing in the spider potential to be a double top, and it does have the potential just to go through and break out as well. Not a good start for the bulls on a Friday. Opened up, looked like we took out that level, and then peeled back here. We'll see if can reclaim. Yeah, all because of the Fed. Yeah. For too long, the Fed has had too much control of what should be free and fair markets. But oh well, that's a whole nother webinar. All right, spies are trying to get a little bounce here. I just played a little bounce in this CRT, but I just scalped it. I probably was gonna should have held on to some, but I had to get in here and do the webinar. No fun. Maybe some fun early in fun, but then that was a kind of a really ugly gap down after the halt there. Halted for a long time too. Not sure what was going on there. Yeah, please find another DWAC, huh? Yeah, that was crazy. I can kick myself. I didn't. That's one I didn't buy yesterday. I was actually kind of working in the morning and just kind of missed it, and it got up to a certain level, and I'm just not one that likes to chase too high. But that was definitely a nice one this morning. Today would have been a little bit skeptical. Yeah, I could really got hurt there, but that was just a pretty move all day yesterday. Well, sometimes if you look at this extreme master blaster, you can catch some, especially the low float ones, you can catch some pretty decent moves. All right. I'm not doing much today. I had quite a few longs coming in today, but I dumped them. Actually bought. I had anytime we get up to this toppy level like this, I always kind of dabble in some SPXS just in case. It is the kind of, first it starts out as a hedge to my positions, and then of course I get out on my positions and I end up being short. We'll see what happens. If we go back to highs, obviously I'll get out, but I haven't been able to create a scan. I'll tell you something I'm working on, Iris, though, is I'm starting to like this. I tweeted it out the other day, too. I really like this setup in Neo right here. And I actually bought it at this level right here. I added to my position on this day. Actually still have half of my position left. I scalped out of half of it, but I want to work on something where stocks, because I noticed a lot of times I'll get in trouble by playing them before they break out of that 50. So I'm looking for stocks who are kind of beaten up in the 3-month time frame, but now they're going through their 50-day moving average. You can see the move Neo had once it got through that 50-day moving average. So that's my next plan, to build one. I got ones to look for these kind of setups like this, but they have to have strong revenue growth. Can I save? Can I share my screen, William? I will. I do have some other windows on my other monitor, so I don't know if you're using two monitors. If you're not, they will be stacked up behind some of these other windows. But yeah, I'll be happy to share it. I think I actually have a copy in here right now. Let's see. What am I doing? Go to cloud. There's Andy's layout. Yeah, I shared it last week or something. Now, one of these, this one at the bottom, the sector analysis right here, that it has a symbol list with it. So I will copy and paste in there. I'm not sure how it's going to come out. You may have to fix it once you put it in the symbol list, but let me go ahead and copy this. Sector ETFs. So when you put them in there, you're going to have to put them in like this, like there you see them. So they may just line up yeah, you're going to have to plug them in and hit space, and so they're all, oh gosh, that didn't work. So didn't give me the spaces. So anyway, you're going to have to work with that. Just go 3 symbols and enter, and then 3 more symbols, enter, until you have it set up like this in your symbol list. But you're going to have to add that to the sector analysis. Otherwise, it's just going to be blank. All right. Well, let's try to do a little indice analysis here. Qs are probably the weakest today due to the earnings and Snap. Took out, of course, they hurt Facebook, hurt Twitter. I'm sure it hurt a few others out there. Any of your social media has probably got hit a little bit. So the Qs are definitely the weakest sector. Let's see if they are holding up any moving averages. Yeah, still well above their 50, 10 and 20, but we'll see what happens here with the remaining trading days. Wolf is exploding through here. Oh, good out in that thing. Boy, DWAC is being a little bit stubborn, trying to get back above 100 there. Hey, Mike C., how you doing, buddy? No, I was just telling everybody. I was busy doing something. Probably not an excuse. I probably just should have had it set up to buy. But anyway, by the time I looked at it, I was like, do I really want to chase that? But hindsight, obviously, 2020. But no, to answer your question, I didn't. I did have a great trade yesterday, and this is also another one I tweeted. Now, I'm still in about a third of this position as ugly move today, but this one I was in that going in. Actually, I bought it on this day right here. I like the way this Diddy was setting up on the daily, and then that nice little bounce. So I think I bought some on that day, and then this day anyway. It got a nice little pop yesterday, so that was a good. Nothing, no DWAC of course, but still. Is there a correlation? Hi, KR, how are you? Is there a correlation when SPY is down and then lots of stocks pop up and go around 100% or more? Well, not really. It's going to take more than a few stocks, a few stocks. Now, sometimes that can kind of tune you into the euphoric kind of attitude of the market at the time. When you see a lot of them doing that, you'll see a lot of times you'll see the IWM performing well because a lot of these stocks are spec, cheap stocks, and so a lot of people will start piling in some other names that may move with it. But no, it's usually 3 or 4 sectors that's going to hold up the SPY. Like not a lot doing it today. It's just what you got: gold, silver, bonds. Looks like they're making a move today. Home builders have been strong the last couple of days, so they're holding up. And of course, you got a couple of big tech names that Tesla, doing well. Yeah, but it's a weighted index, and so. 1 or 2 stocks just coming through your high-low, tickers or something like that is not going to really move the SPY. It's going to take some big, heavy-weighted stocks. I mean, even today, SPY is pretty much holding up with the carnage you've seen in a lot of the technology stocks. Intel, you got Intel, you got IBM the other day. It's just horrendous. And then you got all the one Snap, Facebook. Apple is the biggest component of all the ETFs. So as long as Apple's kind of hanging out and doing okay, a lot of times you see the market kind of levitating. Oh yeah, my tweet. I don't tweet a lot. I'm not one of these guys. I see a lot of people out there. They'll throw 15 ideas at you and then pound their chest when one of them works. When I really like something, I think the only ones I've done recently is that Neo and that Diddy, and they're two China stocks. I do play a lot of China stocks, and that just goes back to when I was 25 years ago when I was playing them. But yeah, let me just show it to you here. So there you go. Trade Ideas Quant. And let's see. There was my Diddy. Tweeted it out the other day, and Neo probably a little bit further down, and there's my Neo setup right there. Yeah, but I'm not one that, just like I said, these people that throw 30 ideas a night at you, that's just too hard. If I see something that I really feel convicted about, I'll tweet it out there. So quality over quantity is what I like to do. This is kind of looking interesting. Yeah. Urban retailers were strong the other day. It's got a little pivot level, a gap here. I don't know. This is one where you'd like to see. This is where I'm going to build that scan. Okay, you can see this thing's been kind of beaten up over the last several months. But if this thing gets back above its 50 here, it could be interesting, and that's what I'm going to be working on my next scan. I like to be early, though, when I see these setups. I like to be early because a lot of times they'll make a big move before they get to the 50. So what I may do is buy like half size, like I did in that Neo. I'll buy half size, and then I get my move. I'll buy another half. By the way, and I will be looking to add, I think this is the this Neo. If it gets down here, you can see I got a price alert set. If it comes down here, they've got the 20 crossing the 50 now, and if it's a nice little setup for me. If it's going to continue to move higher, it'll bounce right off that 10-period moving average. Yeah, I don't do as much. I just don't have. I used to be a momentum trader for 17 years. I was basically trading like you guys are doing in the room. I just don't have time to do that anymore, so I look for kind of setups that may have 2 or 3 good days in it. SPY still getting a bounce. Go through some of these. Crom started out strong, ugly. Started out strong and ugly. Started out strong and ugly. Salem, this was another. A lot of these ones, man. If you didn't get out quick, you got whacked today. Skills. That was one that may be interesting there. It gets back above highs. Hey, Aja, how you doing, man? KMPH. Oh, yeah, nice little pop there. take a look at it. It's decent volume, some nice volume coming in. Yeah, that's not bad. I'd like to have seen that earlier. One thing about this scan, this Extreme Master Blaster, I have it set up to it won't notify you until it's at least like hits the 10-day high. And a lot of people say, well, man, you miss them, you can catch them sooner. That's true, but I cannot tell you how many times it saves me from getting stuff that's in no man's land, not going anywhere, just because it's having a little, blast of volume coming in. So I like them breaking out of a range. Take a look at Prague. Sure can. Let me make sure I don't have a dock open here. Yeah, I do have a dock open. It's not dragging too much, but yeah. What I'm not crazy about is all these wicks. So what I would like it to do, I mean, it is holding its 10-period moving average, so it's kind of, let me get my epic pen going here. Where's she at? There it is. So what you got going here is forming like a nice little intraday wedge. Really been painting it into a kind of a corner the last 30 minutes. So if it gets back above 3 and can hold it, yeah, it may be worth a look. You can see right now, every time it gets above 3, it can't even hold the 15-minute bar and it falls through. So, yeah, I would watch it if it can get above 3. One thing I'd watch would be the volume. I know it's Friday and a lot of times things start to kind of calm down. But that's what I'd be watching if it got back above 3. Is there any volume coming in, which it may do right now? Yeah, but it doesn't look bad. You can see, too, it's also running into its 200-day moving average. So that's kind of been the indicator has been kind of slapping it down the last few days. You're welcome. But not bad looking. May make a run at it right here. And the volume's okay, but it's nothing, nothing great, 2.5 relative volume. So I don't know if that's going to be enough to kind of push it through today. Unless more volume comes in, it could just sit here and slot back and forth. Coin. Looking at that 1 minute. Yeah, could possibly, get a bounce. It's that thing, kind of trades with Bitcoin, So I'd keep an eye on Bitcoin. It seems like it just moves hand in hand with it, which it shouldn't, but it seems like it should move hand in hand with the volume. Which I guess makes sense. Probably more volume on these up days for sure. You can see there. That's really depressing, I scalped out, of most of this, but held some, and boy, you really would like to see a continuation move after that volume bar and closing on highs like that. You see that there was a little news out about some investigation, but I don't know. But like I said, I got a third of my position left. I'll let it I got a decent price, so I let it waffle around a little bit. How is Cliff doing? That's one that I'm mad about this morning because I missed it. I should have bought that on the open. A nice move. I tell you what, let's do. Since I said I was going to work on that window I talked about, let's go ahead and do that. It's always good practice for people who may be new to the software, and I'm sure there's a lot in here maybe from the test drive. So we're just going to launch just a top list. I just want to be able to scan stuff. And let's clear it, start from scratch. Yeah, Iris is excited. And let's just start building our parameters. Okay, I want prices over $5. Volume today, I at least want 200,000. Okay, now since I want it in the kind of selling off over the last 3 months, let's take position in 3-month range. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do 3-month range. It's probably best. And we're going to put a maximum of 30. We may, since I'm going for the 50 period, I may have to increase it. Let's start out with 40 at a max. So in other words, it has to be in the lower 40% of its 3-month range. And okay, then all we really want to do is see it somewhere near. We want it near the 50-day moving average, but we don't want to miss it. Be well extended. Change from 50-day SMA. So we're just gonna let's put a negative 0.05 so we can see those ones that are close to it. Tell you what, I'm gonna put a -1. And then I don't want it more than start out with 2%. See what we got. Let's add some columns. Change from close. Relative volume. It's a good one. Let's do change from the 50 SMA and then position in 3-month range. We'll say maybe I may have to turn this into an alert window because I'm afraid I'm going to find a lot of them that are pulling back to this area. But let's just take a look and see what we have. Let's call it crossing 50. I think the guy that owns this owns the DWAC. I think I heard Michael or somebody talking about that this morning. It's funny, that was the first one to pull up. Okay, I'm getting some slobs. I may have to put some average because this is not the kind of stuff I want to see. Now that's not bad. I mean, that gap down scares me. I'm not sure what's going on there, but that's kind of what you're looking for. I like to catch them. See, here's one that's actually selling off. See, I don't want to see that. I don't want them coming back. So let me add another filter here. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and put an average daily volume of 300,000. And I don't need to see that volume today of 200. Let's try this. Then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to put change in 5 days, because I don't want those ones coming down to it. So change in 5-day percentage. We're going to add filter, and we're just going to say that it has to be up. So let's just try putting 0.01, so that tells us over the last 5 days it's at least up. Let's see what we got. Oh, that's nasty. There's that one we just saw. This one actually may be one to watch. Been noticing these other financial vehicle stocks moving a lot. It's a blank check company. I'm going to stick an alert in here just in case it gets above that 990. There's another financial vehicles. See, that's not a bad one right there. Okay, you've gotten above. It's been beaten up, and now it's holding this 50 period moving average. So, could be one to watch there. That's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Things that are beaten up, but now they're above all their moving averages. Weibo, China. I mean, this is kind of a scan. I mean, it's not something that that's gonna point you into something that's gonna be ready to take off. I guess it could be, but it's just kind of a way to scan. There's another one right there. It's a REIT that now it's above its 50-day moving average. You can see the last 3 days it's been holding up. Fetch. Activision. Could be ready for a bounce there. Porch. So it's doing what I want it to do. Now I could probably come in here and refine it better, and so I'm not getting quite as much. Oak Street. Yeah, I'll share this, but I probably will fine tune it. Try to fine tune it a little bit, but I'm not sure how I would be able to do that. Because I like a lot of the stuff I'm seeing, like this Activision. It's a nice looking chart. The good thing about something like this is you basically know you're out. And now this would be more for swing trading for me. Obviously, not a day trader. But, so as long as it stays above those moving averages, you got your out. Now, I saw one earlier where it wicks down nasty and breaks the 50. Let me see if I can find it. Starbucks. Starbucks may be, digging in and fighting to get back above this 115 level. It's back above all its moving averages. I hate that strategy menu. And you could always sort by change from close, see which ones are doing the best. Levi Strauss has potential there. Yeah, I mean, if you're a momentum day trader, this is probably not going to be one that you're crazy about. But if you're looking for swing trades, this could be a nice little window. So I'll go ahead and save it, and if I do any changes to it or something like that, I'll be sure to let y'all know next week. But yeah, I'll probably work with it and try to get some better setups there. But for now, let me just go ahead and save and share. And crossing 50. And so you could turn this into an alert window too, where it actually signals you when it crosses the 50. So that'd be something you could do, and I'll show you how to do that real quick. There you go. So let's say you want to turn this into an alert window to catch them right when they're crossing the 50. So what you would do is right-click, collaborate, copy all, just launch a new alert window, and just click OK because you're going to change it anyway. And then we'll go collaborate, paste all, and I didn't put an alert in there. I got to change that to a new high. So let's see what it looks like now with the if we run a history on today and see what we have coming through here. You put a time in there. Yeah, this may be, let's go back to about, I don't like these early morning ones. That's still probably a little bit too early. There you go. Now, a lot of these ones with the market falling out of bed, I'm sure, a lot of them failed, but that's a nice looking one there if it gets back above this level. So what I'll do is just settle me a little alert there. Natty, once again, looked like it was going across the 50, and then, of course, the market drove it down. There's a Starbucks. All right, it's Friday. I think I would love to watch this after the market maybe has pulled back for a few days, okay? Because then you're going to find stocks that are relatively strong, that are actually crossing their 50 as the market is showing weakness. Gosh, dang it, this thing. I think I just sold that thing. May want to keep an eye on this one. It's basically a Bitcoin SPAC. I'm not going to do anything right now. It's going to go without me. All right, I'll go ahead and share this one too. Let me put it on real time. And let me just go ahead and rename it so when I look it up. And crossing 50 alert. All right. Oh, that took off. Attaboy, Diddy. You fight back. Market is getting a little bounce. Coming up to its fast line. See if that grabs it and throws it back down. Y'all just bear with me a minute. I'm looking at my account and making sure. All right. Boy, BLD. Nice. All right, guys. Let's see, I do have about almost 20 minutes. So if you guys have any questions, anything you want to look at, take a look at the revenue growth fishing. I see that urban in there. X getting a little sympathy move off cliff today. Yeah, nothing that was jumping out at me. Holly with just a couple of small shorts today. I guess it's Friday. She's taking the day off as well. Yeah, you ain't going nowhere. Reason I might want to be in something like this is what's like a placeholder is Bitcoin, SPAC. You put those two together, they have potential. So maybe buy a few shares just to sitting there until one day you see it just popping over 10. but nothing happening right now, that's for sure. But probably too early. Well, fun. Had a little fun there. For the excuse me. Hold on, just 1 second. All right. Nah, DWAC did get it back above 100. This BCYP looks like it may have another new move. That's another one of those other financial vehicles. I did buy back into some of that BKKT at 854. Not much, just enough to have on the blotter. I mean, I like the fact that it got that first bar reversal in about 4 days. So let's see if it can add to that. There you go. Boy, this market is just something else. It really is. All right, guys, got about 9 more minutes. And I don't know if there's anything else going to go on. I bet the market just kind of sits up here and closes and kind of a doji just like this. I wouldn't be surprised if we closed right here and see what Monday brings. Remember that beam we just pulled up? Look at it. Maybe they'll do that with my BKKT. Yeah, Monday can definitely be lucrative trading days for sure. I bought this CRTD too at 511. Give it one more shot. Let's get back above this kind of 527 level.
Wow.
I heard one of Barry's wows from Post. Interesting volume bar right there. That was all the volume today in that one bar. You're welcome. You're welcome, Mike C. Yeah, Chris. You're right about. I think you're talking about Fridays. We'll chop you to pieces for sure. Hey, got a nice little volume there in that BKKT. Yeah, fun. There's your fun, Chris. Don't know if you jump back in, but all right. Let's see if this CRTD can just give me a move through that 530 level. I'm just targeting about 6. I normally won't try to play a bounce in something that got hit that hard, but I'm seeing a lot of the other ones have a nice bounce to them. So why not create it? Mike says IMAX worth a watch. Yeah, a little volume coming in there. It's a new short position by Holly. VTYX halted, huh? Bioscience stock. and the market just fell back below its moving average. All right, guys. Well, hey, listen. Good day, good questions. Got a alert built. Not crazy about it, but it could be a nice little handy alert for looking for stocks that may be coming up, breaking through their 50, and maybe putting on another move. So I'm going to tell Barry that I am ready, and you guys have a great weekend. You forgot about me. Once again, everybody, enjoyed the session. Everybody have a great weekend, and we will see you next week. And next week we'll be back on our regular webinars.
Hear him, or can you hear us both at the same time? I don't know. Just let me know when you guys can hear me in YouTube. Shoot, I was hoping for 2606 real. I was gonna take that short for sure. If the next fib was 2606. Okay, thank you, Mike. Okay, guys, let's see what is happening from the option scan. I quickly looked at it. I could pay no attention to it whatsoever. The only one that didn't work that I can see was the YVR. And let's see what Pixie did. PIXY. Yeah, not really. So 3 out of the 5 of them definitely had some nice percentage pops. The CRTD, ATHA, and the IZEA. IZEA. Yeah, I don't use the block trade alert. I mean, so I can't really comment on it. I don't know if anybody else in the room does. Okay. And well, at the bid and they ask. I mean, if you're going in, excuse me, if you're going in at the bid, it's a buy. If you're going in at the ask, it's a sell. I mean, that's about as. I do have a block trade scan. I think that I created a long time ago. Let me see what I've got here. But I don't use it. But I'm not saying you shouldn't. And you'll see right here, so I have a quality column and the description column, all right? So the quality column will tell me, because I think you have to have a minimum of 50,000 shares or 25,000 on the block. Well, I put 50. I think it has to be, nothing will trick, you can't put anything less than, I think, 25. I'd have to look at the description. So I click on help and 20,000. So it has to be at least a 20,000 share block. Okay. So I've put 50 in here. I think I toyed around with this a long time ago. That's all. But if you add the quality column and you add the description column, the quality column will tell you the exact number of shares, and the description will tell you. And now it's saying, okay, at the bid. So this was a sell. I think I mixed it up there, okay? And this, so I mean, it's just going to tell you. So now it says trading between the bid and the ask. Okay? So, I mean, you can have it if you want, but I don't use it. And if somebody else in the room uses it to their advantage, maybe they can chime in. I don't really know, Caleb. I really don't know. I mean, I don't. I just don't pay attention to it. Could be institutional, I suppose. I mean, with a big block like that. But I mean, if what you're trying to do is say, "Oh man, somebody's really buying, must be an institution. They must know something," you know. I'm not. You know, best thing you can do, see what happens. You know, I can give you this, and you can just take a look and see what happens. Seeing what happens, meaning, do you get any sort of a correlation? Obviously, I never found one, so Bath and Beyond. See, I didn't say best. Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY, meme stock. Yeah, you're right. Big pop. Look at that. But you know, how will it sustain? Lots of volume coming in though. Traded 1.8 million, 500,000 right here in this 15-minute candle, and it still has 8 minutes to close. Yeah, I agree. Fade in the works here. Take a look at the daily chart. What do we have for 1513 is a next high, I think. 1491 is the next high. 1485, 1464. So, you know, that 15 could really, really block it. Very, very, very quiet day for the AI. Just 3 trades, 3 alerts. Nothing really shaking there at all. Not off the top of my head, Caleb. I mean, I suppose what you could try is something that is trading like 50% of its average true range. Okay. We do have, a realist point out, we do have something called beta. I've never used it. You could try that, I suppose. I've never used it. So there it is. Beta is a measure of the volatility of a given stock relative to the overall market, etc. Okay, but you may also want to try maybe our ATR. Okay, so for instance, let me just where are you? Oh, here we are, the position of the open. No. I'm just a minute. I'll get it. Average true range. Okay, so there's average true range, but no, I'm looking for the, here we go, change from the open, okay? So you might want to look at something like this, the change from the open. So if you, for instance, added that filter and put, say, a maximum of 50%, that means that, let's just say a stock normally has a range of, say, $2. Today's range would only be $1. You'd only find stocks that are, say, 50% of its average true range. So in other words, maybe it's quieting down. You can try that, if that makes sense. So you could use the average true range, set one, maybe, because you don't want to just have 50% of something that trades normally 2 cents average range, and now it's only, half a cent today. Well, it would show up if you put 50%. So you might want to put an average true range. I don't know. I can't tell you what to use, 50 cents, $1. And then see stocks that, again, normally have that sort of a range, but today, for whatever reason, they don't have that range. Now, the other hand, though, they may be very boring. They may be very boring. Maybe nothing is going to happen. So it's up to you. I don't know how to help you on specifically on something like that. But if that makes sense to maybe use 50% or 75% or some percentage of its normal average true range, that means a stock, again, that's been, usually pretty active, is not as active today. And maybe it'll give you some kind of a setup. I don't know. Glob, blop, or glop? You excited? Let's see, will it hit? Okay, let's see, relative volume is okay. Yeah, so it's got to catch up. We need 2,000 contracts for it to hit. Doesn't mean you can't take the trade now, but that's one reason why it won't be showing up yet. What's the next high looking left on the monthly chart? It is 593. The weekly chart, 541. So it's got a little bit of, maybe a little bit of resistance around that 541. All right, guys, Benny back up. Benny back up over 11. Very erratic though. I mean, these topping tails, bottoming tails, very erratic, which is typical that I have found with the SPACs. That's why when I get one in my option scanner, I usually shy away a little bit. But this one now, maybe, I mean, again, we're not the only ones to know that the same CEO of this one as with DWAC. But I think he had, I believe, I may be wrong, I think he had 4 of these SPACs before the DWAC. The DWAC is the only one that he's been able to bring to market or look at a potential merger. I think. All right, there we go. There we go. It's an all-time high, of course. Now, I bet you those warrants are going crazy. Oh yeah, look at that, 228. Last time I looked, it was 160. So on a percentage basis, if you can trade warrants, yeah, these warrants are amazing. I never really considered them. I think one of the reasons is because when we click on an alert here, depends on your brokerage platform, of course, but I know with IB that doesn't load in. You have to manually type it in. Not the end of the world. If I'm going to take it, BENE/W would be the warrant in Interactive Brokers. Next week, I will trade a warrant. One of these ones that's going crazy. No, you can't talk. Imagine if we had everybody with the ability to talk. So no. Robert, you can't hear me? All right, guys. Well, I mean, Benny or the warrant. The warrant obviously gives it the biggest percentage gain. I did notice when I tried to trade it, I actually just I wanted to put an order and just see what would happen, and I got a new screen that popped up. I think it's just a matter of selecting the ability to say, yes, I don't mind trading this, something like that. But you heard me talk about Benny. I don't know if I'm going to hold it. I said, you know, this is the type of thing that if it really gets out there that there's the same CEO behind behind DACW or not DACW, DWAC, people would just want to say, let's follow the money. No, I understand, Becca. That's why I said you can't hear me, Rubber. Nothing I can do about it. Don't know why. You obviously have a lot of time in your hand, Becca. hands up. Wow, look at this Benny. And now we have a halt. We have a halt. Okay, guys, I am look at that halt on Benny 1268. Okay, guys, I am a little bit afraid here. I think I bought some warrants at 315. I'm not sure how to sell them. If you can believe it, this is a new help. It's at 374 now. I'm not sure how to. Oh, wait a minute. Don't be an idiot. Yikes. Good grief. How do I get out of it? Okay, I think I did it. My goodness, how interesting was that? Yeah, no, thank you, thank you. I wasn't sure where it was. Well, not flat in here. No, I wasn't sure where it was. Well, that was interesting. In at 315, out at 422. All right, Sol, I'm just doing warrants now. Oh my. I had a little bit of sweat coming down though. I wasn't sure how to sell it because it wasn't showing up in my anyway. It did. But I'm sure I'm out. Yes, I see I'm out. How fun was that? Yeah. Here's another warrant. You have to go. Okay, I have to help rubber toe. Yeah, I mean, here's another one, guys. All right, warrants are the warrants are the way to go. The only hassle is that I wonder if I can get. For those of you in E-Trade, how do you type in a warrant in your order entry with E-Trade? Anybody with E-Trade, like William? William, how would you type in a warrant? What like with Interactive Brokers, it's a /W that gets the warrant designation. What is it in E-Trade? Oh yeah, you can. I just did it, Dak. No, it's just /W. The problem is that when we load it here, it's not recognizable because we have it just W. But if you typed in ZGYH/W, the warrant will appear. Oh, so it's shoot. I was hoping it would be. So when you click on it, then I don't know if you link IB or Trade Ideas to your E-Trade account. Okay, because I was going to ask the guys at Trade Ideas just to change our designation to /W. I mean, it's not a big deal. It just means you have to type it in. Yeah, then I can't really get them to change it just for me. And you can sell them short. You can do everything with warrants. No, it can't auto trade with IB. No, because it won't recognize the symbol. But I don't auto trade, so I don't care. Well, as far as I know, I mean, I just bought it and I sold it just like a normal stock. You know, the bid ask was there. I bought it. It moved from 315 to 422. I sold it. Is there anything else I have to know before I get in trouble? Okay. Why? Because I was afraid. I wasn't sure what I was doing. I wasn't trying to get out. So, okay, I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm sort of dominating this a little bit. So, oh, I see. And if you want to exercise them into real shares. Okay, so otherwise, it's exactly the same, which it seems to me. I just want to make sure that even though I see a buy and I see a sell, that there's nothing is hidden somewhere from me that I'm not seeing. Whew. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. Well, you kept yammering at us yesterday about it. And I kept not ignoring you, but I just really didn't think about it. But man, it made so much sense when you looked at the percentage increase. Now, you know, obviously it's probably it can get hit hard too, but well, I was afraid of the trade because I wasn't sure how to get out. That's why I was afraid. I wasn't sure how to get out of it. I didn't see it in my list of stocks that I had bought. Like I was in the wrong area. That's all. Anyway, all right. Well, you know what? Don't retire yet. Okay, you keep in the room. Give us a little nugget every day. That'll be great. Here's another one coming in, guys. The Mac. So this is another one. My goodness. So the CEO involved with this one also. CEO of DWAC. So these are the three. Now, when I saw MacQ before, just the stock, it was doing nothing. But look at it now. So the word is getting out, you know. The word is getting out that, you know, same CEO involved in these three anyway. Well, at least, you know, and I have to have an Interactive Brokers chart up to follow the warrants as they're introduced. So that actually got up to 482. Wow, 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 wow. This is what yeah, 482. What did I sell at? 420, 422. Well, just a tidbit about why I was a little nervous. A long time ago, I tried to trade the E-minis. And I'm talking a long time ago. And I was in a trade, but I wasn't sure if I was short or long, if you can believe it. And those were the days of like 2008 and 9 when the financials were going crazy and the E-minis were trading like, you know, 60, 100 point swings, 120 point swings a day. And I wasn't sure if I was long or short something. I wasn't sure if it was unbelievable. Well, I saw it, but I didn't know how to get out of something. It doesn't really matter now. I couldn't. I was so new to trading that. I wasn't sure. And man, so you know, was I covering when I bought, or was I buying more? You know? Well, we actually do have a SPAC channel, okay. But I mean, these are just showing up here in normal, basic new highs and lows. Okay, I don't know if you can see my screen. But we do have a SPAC channel. As long as the warrants are there though, okay? A lot of people don't like to see warrants, so we do have, let me do a quick check, okay? How am I gonna do this? Okay, let me do a quick check and see if, what am I trying to do here? Okay, log in. All right, I'm going to check our symbol list that we have. We call it blank checks. All right, it appears that we do have warrants in there. We didn't delete them. Now, do we have an extensive, is every single SPAC in there? We're trying to work on that now to get it more automated because, as you know, so many SPACs. We're at, and I just didn't even I didn't even want to watch them. You know what? I'm not sure we have it in this version. Yeah, here we are, SPACs. Okay, and the warrants are there. So this is the alert window, and then this is a topless window. So this is showing you, this is organized, change from the close. Okay, so these are the ones up the most from the close. But look at this. It dropped 36% in the last 5 minutes, as an example. So you can also sort on any column, of course, in a topless window. Come on. There, so you can see MACQ, the warrant, is up 6.5% in the last 5 minutes. And then here's the real-time alert. So if a stock, and I think here it has to make a new high. Yeah, either a new high or a new low. And then, we've got these other filters in place. But yes, there is a SPAC channel. Bobby, I know we don't usually talk about this, but what number did you use to trade B, E, and W? I don't want to go like how many share, but what, you know what I mean? What number did you actually use? Well, how many warrants did you take? I guess maybe that's if that's the correct terminology. And it didn't stop you? Okay. Yeah, so DAC, it's BENE/W. You have to type it in. No, you're not doing anything wrong. You have to type it in. That's what I was saying. You don't have the slash? You don't mean you don't have a slash on your keyboard. Ah, I think I know what you're going to say, Justin. Yeah, then select the warrant. So you can probably have 2 order entries then, right? Yeah, no. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to dominate this, but we're talking interactive brokers. The only way, but I think. Well, this is exciting though. Something new to do. Oh, so okay. Yeah, we're only talking interactive brokers. You have to type the slash, but I think I know what you're talking about. You just pick what you want to do. And if it's a warrant, there must be another order entry screen that I could have up and running. And I put it on warrants. Now, if I could figure out where that is. Understand, I haven't done anything differently in 5 years with my setup with interactive brokers. Don't need. Well, when I click on MAQCW, it doesn't load in IB. It just doesn't load. Meanwhile, I'm taking advantage of this one, Pepe. So I'm not sure. I mean, you're clicking on an alert with a W after. It doesn't load for me. Unless, is there a way maybe in the order entry to say also load warrants at the same time? I don't know. I'm going to have to find out. If somebody knows, maybe they can tell me. Let me just go to a new window. Really? What's wrong with me? Honest, guys. I'm clicking on the alert and it doesn't load. I'll figure it out. I do. Okay, I'm talking to you. Okay, there you go. Okay, so there's my home page. There's the promo code, so you can fire them off my home page link, and then just like it says, click on Trade Ideas for a subscription, and then when they do that, so when they go to my home page, then they'll see this. There's a promo for 25% off. If they're new, what I would suggest they do is just take out a monthly plan to start. For warrants and things like that, the standard monthly is fine. So they get 25% off the first month. And if they really loved it and they wanted to upgrade to an annual, as long as they do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. So they'd get 25% off the 1068 for an annual subscription. Okay, that makes sense. They just have to, if you just give them my link, okay? See where it says go to Barry's homepage? You can just give them my link. Just copy and paste that and you can send it off. Or here, it's here. So if you just copy and paste where it says go to Barry's homepage, you can copy and paste the whole thing. What I would do is copy and paste everything that I just put in here. You can do something like this, I guess. That might not work. All they have to do is go to my homepage, okay? Because the promo code is there. And so just give them that link. That make sense? Okay. All right, guys. I'm just kind of looking at. I'm looking at Interactive Brokers. I'm just trying to see why I'm not able to click on that alert and it loads as W as opposed to having to type in /W. You don't hear 50%. No, sorry. Meanwhile, we've completely forgot about DWAC. That was so yesterday. We got all these new ones coming in. Ah, okay. Okay, Pepe. Now I understand. Okay, so for some reason there's a quirk. Yeah, you're right. I just typed in. It works with a slash also, but you're right. I just typed it in. But yeah, it doesn't load from Trade Ideas. I wonder why. I'm gonna have to ask Brad that. Let me just see. All right, I just asked one of our guys to figure out why that doesn't work when you click on it and it doesn't load. And yet, if you type it in, it will load. So that doesn't make any sense to me. My goodness. Well, I hope some of you heard me talk about this one. I said, you know, this would be an interesting one. You have a stop at the whole at $10. And then I went on to say, I'm not telling anybody to do what I'm doing, but my goodness, I'm out of the, not in the warrant anymore, but boy, you just follow the money, you know. This is so classic. I don't know what's going to happen with this one. I don't think they have. I'm just looking when they started. I guess they started back here. They haven't done anything. Okay, so they haven't made any announcement at all what sort of acquisition they're looking at. Okay, so the only reason for this, the only reason is because of DWAC. There's no other reason, as far as I know. Exactly. Exactly. They don't, you know, the worst that can happen usually is just going back down to that 10 price. I've seen some that dip way down below 10, but not often. Freaky, freaky Friday, guys. Wow, wow, wow. Look at this, yeah. So that warrant that I sold at 422 now is at 5. But so what? Let me just see something here. Yeah, okay. Meanwhile, ZGYH, another SPAC, pretty sure. Yeah, another SPAC. I don't know anything about this. I'm not trying to say that that's part of that group too. It's possible. Okay, Barry, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So Benny was running up. And what you also, I think somebody pointed out yesterday, when the stock was halted, do warrants get halted? So warrants don't get halted. Wow, how does that work then when the stock is halted and it keeps trading? And I mean, I don't know how it works. You'll see trades, but does it just sort of sit there for a while, but you can trade it? Interesting. Opening up a new. Does Mark have warrants? Yeah, no kidding. Man, Mark just got halted. What a Friday. Let's see. Now, some of these stocks are the same, of course, but starting at 9:30, I think this was, yeah, that was the U. So I mean, these are all, but some of them are the same, of course. But from 9:30, I mean, look at all the halts. Look at halts resumes, halts resumes, halts resumes, all the way up to 154 today. Well, Mark, yeah, the option's picking up. Yes, Mark. Well, I haven't even looked at my. Wow, what a great alert, though! What a great alert! Exciting, guys. There it was on my option scanner at 110, right there. Not able to pay enough attention to this. Look at this, 165 for my option scanner, and halted. And you know, usually the first halt's okay. Since we got the halt scanner, we've been kind of tracking the halts, and usually the first one's okay. When I say okay, if you were along this up here and now you're in a halt, usually the first one pops. The second one can be okay. It's usually the third one that, okay, if it gets halted. Okay, guys, so I'm going to keep this room open until 6. do warrants trade after hours? Or is it like options? They don't trade after. They only trade during the so-called normal market hours. Okay. Thank you, Ija. Thank you, Keg. Oh my goodness. You know, sometimes, guys, you just got to pull the trigger. You know, you just got to pull the trigger. I mean, it's not what I call a trading. You can't teach it. But what was my downside for BENE? $1. Okay, I mean that's what I figured. $1 was my downside. My upside was who knows, because it was an all-time high. Then you got to trade it. You got to trade it. I'm not saying, you know, I'm not saying hold on forever, but you got to trade it. Ija, then you made out like a bandit. You bought the warrants after hours yesterday. Wow. Give me a moment, guys. I'm having a discussion with our developers to see why it's not accepting it. Okay, so I do have a confirmation that ZGYH is, we're calling him Wuhan Bill, the CEO of DWAC. Okay, so is he is something to do with this Z. So this is why they are all moving. Wow, what a so is this what I was saying? Okay, so it came out of the halt. It did dip down briefly, but then it's right back up. So it got halted at what price? It got halted at 159. So the first halt is usually okay, and now it's halted again. Now the second one, well, the same CEO is involved with BENE and MAQC and ZGYH. Grumpy. Same CEO of DWAC. That's why they're all moving now in tandem. Exactly. He's not been successful. I think he was 0 for 4. But, I mean, look, if you were a private company now looking to merge with a group, with a SPAC, and he comes knocking on your door saying, you know what, this is what I did with the social media platform that's going to be launched. Took it from 10 to 100 and whatever, 180. You think you're going to listen to him? So, I mean, I think that's obviously the reason. Up to that point, yeah, he had a bunch of SPACs, but he might have been knocking on people's doors and people going, "Who are you?" What an exciting, guys. You never know when it's going to happen. Yesterday it started, and today it's just a complete continuation. No idea what next week is going to bring. My guess is that we'll start to see some more SPAC mania, though. I mean, the whole thing is that, I mean, remember how many months ago? I guess at the beginning of the year when all the SPACs were coming. Well, they were coming out like crazy last year, and then early this year, and there was amazing, not like this, not the gains like this, but amazing gains. And then all of a sudden, the SPAC market just died, and you guys probably, noticed that in the halts, sometimes an IPO will show up as a resume. And I was getting all these, they usually end in a U, and I was getting them, and they were SPACs. I couldn't care less. That went on for months. But it's all changed. It's just like, all of a sudden we have a rotation, crypto one day, one week, SPACs this week. Maybe next week it's more China, or the week after it's more China stocks. I mean, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. You just got to be prepared and have an open mind. I mean, I've just completely ignored everything else today. All my other, I mean, I wish I had paid a little more attention to my option scanner, because I can tell you that 4 out of the 6 really worked well, especially the mark on a percentage basis. So, if you look at CRTD, so was the original alert, 948, at 948, 758, hard to see, right here. So from 758, got up to 983, ATHA, 1110, got up to, not bad, I mean 1156. This one did not move. YVR, The original alert was at 190. I mean, it got to 194. That's certainly not nothing. I think the Isaiah got up to 3 maybe. 262. Yeah, 321. I mean, these are great percentage moves. I don't know if anything happened with the Pixie. PIXY, 141. Yeah, not much. And then the mark. So 4 out of the 6 were tremendous percentage moves. And of course, I'm sharing that scan. Mark just resumed, or it just got halted again or something? Or it hasn't come out of the halt? Or is it halted on the... I'm a little confused. Oh, there it is. Okay. IB was stuck. IB was actually stuck. Okay. Does Mark have anything to do with DWAC? I mean, I don't see any... It's not, I don't think it's social media. AI. I don't see anything that is social media. Okay, Josh, I can share my... I'm going to give you my homepage link, okay? Once in a lifetime, but it's been 2000 since 2008. It's been a long lifetime. Yeah, so I just put in my homepage link, okay, Josh? So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so this is what you'll see first. And then 25% off, yes, yes, yes. Here is my scan section. Okay, so you click here. And so this is what I'm talking about, the moving higher with unusually strong options. And that's where those, so I'm not trading the options, I'm trading the stock. Okay? But that's where those alerts came from. Those 6 alerts came from. If I hadn't been so wrapped up on other stuff, I would have been for sure trading my option scanner because it's my, you know, I said it before and I'll say it again. If I can only have one scanner, that would be it. It's been a little quiet the last couple of weeks, but you know, when it gets rolling again, my goodness, it's a moneymaker. Yeah, so you just have to save the link. Well, here it is. You just have to go to Justin. You just have to go to my home page and go to the scan section. So Josh, the same with you. I always say this. Please save my link because the link has so much information on it. you know, all my scans. So you don't have to only access this while this trading room is open. Of course, if you save my link, then you can check all the scans that I've got, including my layout. And also, you know, if you need some education, both with trade ideas, you know, here's the great user guide and the 20 introductory lessons. And down here, I mean, if you're kind of new to trading, we've got a great little video series right here, Back to Basics. So a lot of information on my homepage. So save the link, then you can look at all this whenever you want. I would say, Alan, I can't remember the last time. I mean, I'm not saying it's never happened in the 5 years I've had IB, but I have not experienced anything that I can remember. So I would say I have found IB to be an incredibly stable platform. Used to get the English gentleman saying connection, problem with connection, or whatever he says, but even that I haven't heard for months. That is this one, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, so if you go to my home page, go to my scan section, this is the one. Doesn't get very many alerts, which is, you know, actually I really prefer it. I've got some very tough filters in here. That's why I'm not getting very many alerts, but that's the way I want it. Trading connection loss, that's right. I won't try to imitate the British accent. Whew. But again, guys, you've got to trade these. You know, these are not, I mean, these are highly speculative. I don't even know why this popped like it did. I don't really care. But, you know, we're not talking about holding these all day. But if you get in an alert, even if you didn't take it right at 110, you had a chance to get it, you know, right here, you know, between 110 and 120, easy. And then up to 170, okay? Now, it came out of the halt. You might have wanted to sell some here, hang on to some, and then boom. I mean, it's, so, you know, you've got to trade them. IPOF, now, you know, I haven't seen any of Chamath's for a long time. Okay, so maybe he's going to get rolling again. I think the bloom is off him. Josh, no idea, sorry. Brokers Plus and TD Ameritrade, no idea. No idea. Being worked on, but you've heard that for months. Well, my share size, of course, will vary depending on the. I mean, I try to. I don't. You know, if I didn't do my spiel today, but my share size will vary depending on what the difference in my entry price and my stop is. So let's just say I divided, and it came out to 122 or something, or 398. You know, I would probably round it one way. Just, but I don't have to. You know, I don't have to. Never had an issue. Say I had 822 shares of something. I've never had an issue of it not taking it immediately. Those warrants are going down. So it says position 0. Okay, good. Okay, so a question in the YouTube room from William asked, what does idea surfing do? So what happens is this. So one of the options after Brokers Plus, it says idea surfing pause. So if I turn it on, it's just a toggle. Okay, so now it says currently idea surfing. So what it will do, it will take a look at every top list window that you have and cycle through the top 3 as you have them sorted, not alert windows. Okay, I don't have a top list window here. Let's see when it gets to my earnings. You'll see what happens. You'll see what happens. Okay, I'm just waiting for it to go to where is it? It's going to take a while. I guess I have a few top list windows open. Anyway, what happens is it'll look at every top list window that you have, and as you have them sorted. So I have this in position and range. Okay, so it'll load the first one, then the second one. When I say load, it'll load the chart automatically. Not yet. Okay. I thought maybe it was here. So it'll go through, then it'll go to this one, and then it'll find the next top list window, the next one, the next one, the next one, and it'll just keep cycling through them all until you tell it to stop. So it doesn't just do a one cycle. If you don't tell it to stop, it'll go back to the first top list window that it found, and it'll keep cycling through them all. Okay, and cycling through them meaning it just loads the charts automatically. Okay, it loads the charts automatically. And it'll go through your price alerts too, because I'm noticing it's in my price alerts window now. Okay, so it's kind of cool because you can kind of sit back and let charts load for you. And if all of a sudden you saw something you wanted, you just go to the chart and it pauses it. See how it's paused? If you look up here, the minute I go to a chart, it'll pause it, so you can take a longer look at it. If you click on a symbol, it'll stop surfing. And of course, this is just a toggle on and off. Okay? So it's just a way to kind of kick back, let the charts load. You're tired of clicking on symbols all day long, you just let them load, and all of a sudden you might see a chart go, wow, I want to trade that. So you just stop it, pause it, and you click on the symbol, loads into your platform, and then you can trade it if you want. Yeah, so Habs, we do not recommend. Okay, if you're talking about auto trading your own strategy, I mean, okay, if you're happy with your strategy and you want to try auto trading, you can do it. However, what I would do before you got into any sort of auto trading, you can always use our simulator first. You can load your strategy in here in Brokers Plus, so you don't need an account with IB at all, okay, because it's using our real-time data, and you can turn the strategy on in auto trade mode. You do need our premium service to auto trade anything, but you can. What I would do is I would practice in the simulator first with your strategy, just see how well it works. Okay, does that make sense? But if you want to auto trade your account, you need an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Well, again, before I would auto trade anything, you can practice using our simulator. Now, to auto trade anything, I'll pop this video in, okay, or the link to the video. It's called Brokerage Plus. Okay, and the second video that you see, the longer video, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this, how you can have a strategy. You create a strategy, you load it in here, you turn the strategy on, okay, and then you're set to go. It'll auto trade every time an alert happens. I do not auto trade. So this one is an earnings play. Simple. The Simply Good Foods is an earnings play, almost a lifetime high. So listen, this is the type of stock. You know, I'm not. This is not a recommendation, but it had earnings. Obviously, reaction was wonderful. I mean, it had a big bottoming tail here. The sellers knocked it down, but the buyers are in control. You look left. There's the all-time high, which is 36.87. So it's almost right there. Is that right? Maybe there's a high somewhere else. 38.50. Okay, so I have to go back 3 months, and so the high is 38.50. You can see right there the position in lifetime range. See what it's saying? 94%. So in other words, it's within 6% of its lifetime high. That's where these are very cool. These position and range filters that we have. So at a glance, you can kind of see where a stock is in relation to different ranges. But if this holds well, I mean, this could easily, again, not a recommendation, you can watch it on Monday, could easily be like a second day continuation off earnings. You know, and who knows, maybe a third day too. I mean, you'll see when a stock has positive earnings and there's room for it to move, you'll see a second, third day, just continuation. Sometimes, and not all the time, not all the time. Sorry, Real. I know you've been throwing out some great, great alerts all day long. The William special, pound that nail down. Okay, William had it before you. So William takes a hammer, you see, to this topping tail, and he pounds it to get the price down there. So he starts off with his short here, and he pounds it down. There's your snap. I don't think you're still in it, Dak, but snap making another new low here. I'd be really interested to see if it gets down to that pre-market low. Not pre-market low, the after hours low, I guess. Was that right? They're right here, yeah. The after hours low yesterday, right there. 52. There's an example, though, of a relatively stress-free trade. I mean, you look at it on the 15-minute chart, but it's, you know, it's not super exciting, but somebody was looking for something that is not as stress-free. You know, this is an example of one. I mean, a little bit of, yeah, but look at the 15. I mean, really straight down, bit of a base, straight moving down again. Terrible news, terrible earnings report. Well, it will be interesting to see what happens with DWAC next week, William. I mean, I agree with the fun and the other ones that were just sort of kind of piggybacking, especially the fun. Just nonsense, right? I mean, so what? In 2020, some kind of a article had nothing to do with what's going to happen here. Nothing, zero. This AMC, look at this. What a bad 3 days, 4 days now, and now trying to take this out. I mean, this could. I don't see any specific news on it other than the fact that nobody cares about it anymore for a while anyway. No, I didn't even notice this. So FRSX showed up in the option scanner. What did it do after 321? What did it get up to? Not terrible. 340. Had time to do it too. I mean, see that candle right there, that blue arrow right there. That's telling you the candle in which the alert happened in a 2-minute chart. Here it is on the 5-minute chart. Okay, so here it is. So you had time because it sat there for a bit. But I wouldn't call this, a fantastic one. 321 up to 342. You can't expect to get right in at the alert or get right out at the high, right to the penny. Let's see, 5,700. So it made it. It's a huge percentage, 1,300%. So 13 times normal option volume. But you're right. I mean, the absolute number isn't huge. EDR showing up here. Why are you showing up? EDR. Another IPO back here. Looked pretty good for a while. Got up to what, 32? Now 24, and then starting to move down. All right, guys. Well, I'm definitely done trading. So if you have questions, now's a great time because I'm definitely done trading. Like William said, I'm not going to not going to risk throwing away some profit just because I'm bored. I'm not bored, but I just don't want to trade anymore. Yeah, so there's a question you can ask of William. Why I oughta. Oh, the last piece. Wow. The absolute max, well, I was in at 50, a little over 51. This was from yesterday after hours. And I did take some out. At just under 90. I think I have it marked here, and then I watched here. So then a little bit up here, and then after that, completely out, except for, I was pointing out a short opportunity when it broke under 80. So that got down to 67. That was about $10. I can definitely tell you the warrant, 315 to 422. That was. All right, so Zach is in. Oh no, wait a minute. Zorro. That's not yeah, sorry, I got the Z's mixed up. Okay? I know I got the Z's mixed up. That's okay. Zorro is in at 100. At least that's what I'm trying to read here. I'm backing off these now. Unless something is the only way I would take DWAC now, it would have to take this out right here. Now you might say, well, man, you're giving up $12. I don't care. It would have to take, I mean, look at all the activity in the 15-minute chart. Look at all these little highs here. You can kind of see that it's kind of like yesterday when I was talking about where I would take DWAC yesterday. So let's get a huge chart up. Okay, and let's take a look at DWAC. And all I kept saying is, well, listen, here's that 50 mark right there, right here. I said if it can take out 50, now it didn't do it during the day. I mean, it touched it here, then it pulled back. So all these areas here are under 50, right here, under 50, under 50. So had it done it when the market was the so-called normal market hours before 4 o'clock, I would have probably taken this trade. But I kept watching it, and then at 5 o'clock, that's where it took that out. So the same kind of thing here. You can see if it can take out, now these are topping tails, so I mean it's a little concerning, but if it can get over this area here, all the tops of the bodies of these candles anyway, you can kind of see that it could have another run. I mean that's, so yeah, would I be giving up about $12? Yes, but I don't trust it to do anything other than maybe chop around here. So, I'll put an alert at $111 and see what happens. See if it takes this area out and flies clear of it. So now it's, and guys, the price alerts, we're not using our price alerts. Why aren't you? I mean, they're so easy to do. I didn't have to change trading permissions, but another box did pop up, and I had to say continue or something to that effect. I'm going to try to figure out if I can have that box up all the time. But anyway, our price alerts window, I mean, from the toolbar, click on new and then price alerts. And this is what you'll see. So here are my price alerts. So you see, here's the price alert I've set for DWAC. Here are the ones that have triggered. So I minimize the window. I do put a sound alert on it, so I really won't miss it. Or if I wander away from my computer with my headset, wireless headset, I can, you know, if I'm in another room or whatever, I hear this sound alert, I know exactly that it's a price alert. So I can come racing back in to see what's happening. I also sort it on the triggered time column, so it'll be right at the top. Bottom line is, I won't miss it, okay? And by minimizing it, let me find one that is kind of moving. Well, DWAC should be moving. You'll see what I mean. Okay. Now hopefully it breaks above. What I did was I just basically bracketed the price alerts. So one on top, one on the bottom. I'm hoping it's going to move a little more quickly than it is now. My alerts work pre-market and post-market. Martin, mine do. Oh, for Pete's sake, why is this not moving? There we go. See, I just put a price alert for at 10:24 for GLAQ, and so it popped up on my screen, just like that. So you see how easy it is to put the price alerts, okay? I mean, it's just simply, and then here it is. Now you can click on it, see what the chart's doing. You want to trade it, go ahead. But it's so easy, you know, you just right click, create price alert. Well, let me start again. If you position your cursor and get the dotted lines exactly where you want the price alert, that's fine. So if I wanted it at 1061 or say the high of this candle, for whatever reason, I've just positioned it there. Right click. I don't have to do anything else. I can just say save. If I want to put a note in, I can. Or of course I can make the change here. I can put another price. See how DWAC just popped up? Can't miss the price alerts. So that means you don't have to stare at you don't have to stare at the you don't have to stare at the chart. Just set the price alerts, forget about it, and if it happens, it happens. All right, guys, just answering a couple of emails here. Nah, might as well stick it out, William. No bike riding today. Anyway, just give me a moment though. I will do one thing. So this is the end of the test drive, guys. So hopefully those of you who took it, I hope you got something out of it. As always, try to manage expectations somewhat. You're not going to become an expert with trade ideas after 2 weeks. But again, we have a nice promo code. I think the promo code is good until the end of the month, okay? And that, of course, is for anybody, not just people who took the test drive. Will it automatically charge you? No, no, no. So if you're part of the test drive, no. Once it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. Okay? You don't have to ask us to unsubscribe you from anything. If you want to take out a subscription, you see the promo code is there. It's up to you. I think you probably, if you're part of the test drive, I'm sure you got an email maybe on Wednesday. If not, you'll certainly get one by when it's over. And it'll just say, listen, you want to take out a subscription? Here's a promo code, and it's that test drive 25. But you don't have to. We don't put you into a subscription. There's nothing. I just want to emphasize it. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. But you know what? I mean, listen, you got to be comfortable with the program. So you can keep coming into the room, see what we're doing. You don't have to be a member or anything like that. You don't have to be a subscriber. The room is free. So now this warrant is ripping higher here. BCYPW. Okay, guys. I couldn't help myself, so I'm in this warrant here. The BCYP. I'm more interested in the mechanics. This is too cool. Okay, well, when I stop this, I definitely have to figure out maybe there's another order entry screen that I can use. Yeah. Well, I'm just more interested in the mechanics of doing this, okay? And I just want to practice a little bit. So you know, 217, I think I got out at 230 or something, just for the mechanics of it. But the mid works also, you know, you can go, it's just like Keg is saying, it's just like a stock. Now, the interesting thing is why isn't this moving higher? Because BCYP, the stock is moving higher. Unless, oh no, okay, I know what happened. Go! Hilarious. Wow. Look at this, guys. I mean, yeah, warrants. Warrants, warrants, warrants. Who mentioned that one? The BC, was that you, Dak? Somebody mentioned BC. Boy, does it ever jump around, though. Was that you, Zach, mentioning the BCYP warrants? Oh, I thought somebody. Yeah, looks like it. It's L Trader. I mean, the problem is that when you click on it within Trade Ideas, it doesn't load correctly. So you can either type it in like this, or I'm going to try to figure out a way to see if there's another screen that it would load to also. It's not the end of the world, you know, to have to type it in, but and then yeah, you have a bid and ask, and you just do the same thing, same way. Yeah. Well, they show up here as long as you don't use the exclusion, like exclude warrants. They'll show up here at the same time. Yeah, well, that was, you know, had I been paying a little more attention yesterday to Keg, I mean, that was the way to go with DWAC. You can ask the question, sure. I'm out. I'm gone. I'm gone the stock. Of course, I traded the warrants out earlier than that. Then there's this. What the heck is this one? BENR. BENER. What classification is that one? That's not shortable. 75 cents, 79 cents. I have no idea what this one is. maybe this is the way to go. 105%. Anybody know what R means after this, for instance? What designation is that? They're the rights, of course. So would you ever trade those too? Looks like you can do the same thing. Yeah, I mean, look at these. Yeah, big topping tail there. Okay, guys, I think that's it. I do actually think that's it. It's 2:52. Been a long couple of weeks for me in the test drive. Though I tell you what, there weren't as many questions as the last one, so it wasn't as tiring. First couple of days, first 3 days, lots of questions, but they seem to tail off. So could you get back into trading a little bit more? Don't tell Dan. Well, let's take a look. Is it BKCT or BKKT? Not that I'm going to trade it. Oh, BKKT. Okay. Wasn't sure who was right. Okay. So I guess this may have been an IPO here, or a symbol name change, or was this a SPAC at one point? Yeah, it was a SPAC. I sort of remember this. Aha, so that was Marquetta. Okay, so that's so that's these guys. They must have had another symbol. So typically this is what they do. MACQ. I don't know for sure, but if they've had other SPACs before, the first one could have been MACA and then B, C. I don't mean that's a lot of SPACs. A lot like what IPO A, B, C, D, E, F did. I think A was the first one, I think, and it might have turned into space. Okay, guys. Yeah, thank you. Oh, you're welcome, Brian. Let me get my script together. Great week. All right, guys, I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great weekend. And I hope to see you then. Bye-bye.